John welcomes every chance he gets to work with the next generation of livestock enthusiasts through judging stock shows. So if we can all give John a warm welcome, we're so grateful that he came to judge our show today.
Tell us the Thursday. I'm like, I need my glasses. I don't have them here.
It's not the worst pronunciation.
I appreciate you
It's a pleasure to be here to work through the small species over here, and just a nice cool morning for a hog show, so that just makes it even better out here. As we get into the December gilts out here, two really nice females and all right, very different in their types and kinds. For me, I'm going to go ahead and elect to use the young lady's Duroc to start the class. Catch them driving right out of the gate. That one's cracked open in her lower skeleton and allows her to feed with such a bold rib cage out here. It's so maternal in her rib cage shape out here, and as she gets to it, watch that one get out and go. She plants some pushes with the most athleticism out of her rear leg and gets out and goes. That one just throws up a really nice silhouette when you catch that one driving from the profile. Take nothing away from the York gilt that's going to come second. From the outside looking in, I'm like, that one's got maternal shape. That one's got some maternal power. That one's got plenty of shape up high. She's just a little bit shorter out of her hip. I consequently like to pull her up at the base of her tail out here to make her balance just a little bit better and let her just get out and go with a little bit more comfort and ease. Push her back just ever so slightly in the angle to her shoulder, but a really nice female in her own right. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Test 1, 2, 3, test. All right, in our first class, congratulations to both entries. First place goes to Olivia Nitschke and second to Haley McLeod. Next, we have our January registered breeding gilts can start entering the ring. We have Haley McLeod, Peyton Berg, Isabel Krupp, and Olivia Nitschke, or Audra Krupp today, and Olivia Nitschke. On deck, we have our registered February breeding gilts, and that's Elise Berg and Peyton Berg.
We got a few different breeds to evaluate. That's what makes it fun out here. But at the same time, I think there's one that just comes out here and kind of embodies what I'm looking for in a female, and that's the young lady's Duroc gilt over here on my left.
Put it up just a little
Okay.
bit so they can hear better.
And that's a tall bladed, extended kind of a female. And when catch that one driving right out of the gate, that one's cracked open in her lower skeleton. That one allows her to feed and so robust through her rib cage out here. And then when you catch them driving from the profile, I think that one throws up the neatest silhouette. Is she perfect? No. I wish she would get out and handle her rear two with a little bit more comfort and ease. She gets just a little bit straighter off the rear two. I just need to see that one plan and push with some more comfort and ease. The one that's in second over here, the Hereford, that one hits you with a maternal body shape right from the get-go. That one's stout, that one's opened up and powerful driving at you, but her demise comes when she turns the corner. She's not as pulled apart at the surface. That one starts to funnel into the base of her lower skeleton. I'd like to fix her there before he worked her on up. But still, I think it's a clear divide between second and third. And third will be the other Duroc on the far side of the ring. This one just has an advantage in the bottom pair in terms of having some extra power, having some extra stoutness and feature in the way that she's she's put together. She also needs to be more correct in her rear leg assembly out here. The way that she gets out and goes and maneuvers it, she's just a little bit rounder out of her hip. Fix her there, and maybe we could talk about a switch. Take nothing away from the Burke. I raised Burks back at home, and I like this one because she's long side and she's extended, but at the same time, this one gets a little bit too straight off either end of her skeleton, and because she's not cracked open enough in her lower skeleton, it doesn't allow her to have enough shape and power up high. I just like to see that one more comfortable as she gets out and goes. A really nice setup for those 4 exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our registered January Breeding Guild division. First place in that class went to Olivia Nitschke and second to Haley McLeod. Next we have our February registered breeding guild. So Elise and Peyton Berg can enter the ring. On deck we'll be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion breeding guild in the registered group.
Just figure out eventually. A nice pair of Dracula's out here. Really, we'll go ahead and elect to use the young lady's blue gilt, the young lady in the blue shirt to win the class. This gilt's the most complete and the most fundamental in the way that she's put together. She's got a big old stout skull working in her. She's cracked open in her lower skeleton, and it allows her to be more robust through her rib cage out here. But where she really solidifies the deal is on the drive. I think this one's more comfortable out of her hip and hind leg, and the way that she plants and pushes. That's just as her athleticism is really what seals the deal. Take nothing away from the one in second. I think this is a taller bladed, more extended kind of a female. She's actually stouter, bigger footed when you study her right at the surface. Consequently, though, I wish that she'd just get out and go and plan and motor with more athleticism off of route 2. She just likes to pull that right rear leg. It might be a shoulder injury out here, but still, fix her there. Maybe we could talk about a switch. A really nice pair for both those exhibitors. My compliments to them.
Do you have any tips? Do you have any tips? Let me know.
All right, congratulations to all of our February registered breeding guild exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Elise Berg and second to Peyton Berg. Now we're going to go ahead and select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion registered breeding guild. From our December lot, we'll have Olivia Nitschke come out. From our January lot, we'll have Olivia Nitschke. And from our February lot, we'll have Elise Berg with our second place winners in each division on deck.
It just so happens that we got all 3 girls. But I think when you really want to break it down, there's some similarities to appreciate in each of them, but there's also some neat differences out here. Just talk about them individually real quick, and No particular order, but the way they came out, the older one, we really like that gilt because she's tall bladed, she's extended. She's probably the most comfortable off either end of her skeleton as she gets out of here and drives. She throws up a really nice silhouette from the profile. Could she be just a little bit more refined in her underline compared to a couple of the others? Yeah, maybe, but I think that's being critical of a really nice female. The January gilt, another one that resembles her in terms of cracked open her lower skeleton, got some shape, got some power. She's still pliable in her spine. Like we said earlier, I wish that she'd just get out and go and motor with more comfort off of her rear skeleton. That's where I'd like to fix that one the most. Then the February gilt, one that we like because she's stout, she's big-footed, she's got a stout skull, got plenty of shape working in her. Maybe she just comes to style and design out here and build. Maybe she doesn't have the advantages of a couple of the others, but there's still a lot of things to like about her. My favorite's in December. She'll go ahead and win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Olivia Nitschke, Grand Champion Registered Breeding Guild that came out of our December lot. Haley McLeod is now in the ring, who was second place in that December division.
We dropped that reserve out here from that Yorkshire. Really nice female. If you want to just talk about one that couples it with plenty of maternal characteristics, I said earlier, maybe like just crank her up at the root of her tail and maybe just speed her up just a little bit. But as you really study, I think that one's got a lot of practicality and durability built into her. I like that one the next best. She'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our Registered Breeding Guild exhibitors. Reserve Grand Champion Registered Breeding Guild today goes to Haley McLeod with her December entry. Next, we're going to go into our Commercial Grade Breeding Guild division. Our first class of Decembers are Kellen Hind, Haley McLeod, and Lizzie McLeod. On deck will be our January grade breeding guilds. We have Hadley Abentross, Paige Zimbrick, Jace Zimbrick, Grace Cook, and Isabella Severson.
Well, a good trio to kick off the Crossbred Gilt show out here. And if you want to talk about ones that are very different in their type and kind, we can talk about that all day long out here. And I don't think there's one that's perfect. But if you want to talk about one that kind of reads out here and hits you as the show gilt, and if you call her rear leg acceptable, you go ahead and use her, and that's the young man's gilt over there. I think it's acceptable today. That gilt, if you want to just talk about one that comes right at you, that one's cracked open in her lower skeleton, and she's so robust through her rib cage and out here. She is a little bit shorter body, a little bit shorter hipped, and if you step in behind her, you question, is she keeping those rear two down square enough inside of her skeleton? I say she is today. That's still a really nice gilt to win. The one that I like in second, kind of switching gears, is the young lady's gilt over on the far side. That's a tall bladed, extended kind of a female. She's really attractive from the profile in terms of silhouette. She's so pliable in her spine, the way that she gets out and goes. She's more comfortable and square inside of her skeleton. Where I question her though, she isn't as robust. She doesn't come with the same arc and curvature to her rib cage out here. I'd like to fix her there, but I think that you can bring the bore and have that bore bring the power out here for that one. The one in third actually resembles the class winner in a more sense. That one's stout, big bladed, big forearm laid into that one. She's really robust, driving right at you, but at the same time, she's just a little bit plainer in her shape. And when you step in behind them, that one doesn't get out and motor with enough comfort and ease. She's too short hip and too restricted off the rear two. I'd like to fix her there, but still, a really nice trio of gilts for those exhibitors. My compliments to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our December grade gilt exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Kellen Hint and second to Lizzie McLeod. Next we have our January grade gilts can start entering the ring. We have Hadley Aventras, Paige Zimbrick, Jace Zimbrick, Grace Cook, and Isabella Severson. On deck is our single February grade gilt entry of Kellen Hint.
Might be our largest class of the day so far, but a really good set all the way down. Good set of crossbar gilts out here. But you want to just break it down, which one's the most complete, which one checks the most boxes in terms of just fundamentally sound, couple it with some maternal power, and still have some feminine look out here. And I think that's the young lady's gilt driving right closest to me. That's a tall bladed, elevated kind of a female who's so busted open in her lower skeleton and so robust through her rib cage. really good in her underline. And just that one, when you get on the top side of this one, she has shape and she has power. Stepping behind them and watch this one drive away from you, she still stays so square inside of her skeleton and still gets out and goes with enough flexibility. I like that one quite a bit. The young lady's gilt over here is going to go second. I like that one from her profile quite a bit. That's a tall-bladed, elevated, extended kind of a female, and I like that she gets out and goes with plenty of flexibility and comfort. Is she as stout? Is she as big-footed as the one that wins? I say no, and maybe that's why she starts to get throw some criticism to me, but I really think she just gets a little bit too flat in her lower rib cage for my liking. I like her second out here. I think it gets a little bit closer between third and fourth out here. The one that I like the next best is the young lady on the closest to me with the predominantly white one, I guess you could say. That's an up-headed, attractive kind of female. When you catch that one driving out in the ring, that one's really square made off either end of her skeleton. It's really hard to falter when you actually get her off the gate and get her driving across the ring. That one's stout, that one's big-legged, and where she really has her true advantage because she stays so square off either end of her skeleton for my liking. The young man driving in the middle of the ring is going to be fourth. When you like this one, there's some good things to like. I think this one's stout stalled, she's stout, big-footed. She probably is the stoutest featured of any of the ones that we've seen in here. I just like to fix that one at the ground. She toes in up front, catch that one driving from behind, and she starts to pull her rear two in, and then she sets her rear toes towards the outside of her skeleton. She also gets just a little bit flatter in her rib cage when you get on the top side of this one's skeleton. I think that one has some good days to come, though. Take nothing away from the one that's going to come in fifth. It's giving the young lady some fits over there. That's a tall-bladed, elevated, extended kind of a female, and you got to appreciate those things about her. And she's still plenty flexible. Does she come with the same style and balance and pieces of design as a few of the others? That's kind of where I question her. She gets just a little bit straighter and farther forward in the angle to her blade. Fits her there. Maybe we could talk about a switch. A nice set of gilts for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to all of our January Breeding Guild exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Isabella Sievertson, and second to Paige Zimbrick. This is our last class of Grade Breeding Guilds, and this is our February lot, shown by Kellen Hintz. On deck, we'll go ahead and select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Grade Breeding Guild.
Just a single entry, someone can argue with me on this one, but the young man brings out a really nice gilt. If you want to talk about one that's got the shape, got the power, she's so opened up and dimensional through and through. If we wanted to get nitpicky on her, I wish she'd be just a little bit squarer off her rear two. I think she's sending her rear two down towards the outside of her skeleton just a little bit too much for me, especially at this stage in the game. Keep her in check there, and she'll have some good days ahead, though. A really nice gilt. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Kellen Hintz, first place in our Grade February Guild division. Now we're going to go ahead and select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Grade Breeding Guild. From class number 1, we need Kellen Hintz to enter the ring. From class number 2, Isabella Sievertson. And from the February recent class, Kellen Hintz. We'll have Lizzie McLeod with her December on deck, as well as Paige Zimbrick with her January Guild on deck.
A really nice lineup of crossbred gilts out here, and that's what makes it fun as a show judge to evaluate. Just break them down individually real quick in no particular order. The older gilt, one that you really like because she's busted open her lower skeleton, she's stout stalled, she's robust, she's got as much power as you might desire out here, but does she keep it in check enough structurally? I question those rear legs. I called it acceptable earlier, so when you have the advantage and you have the the opportunity, maybe want to stray away from that. The January gilt, one that comes out here with a lot of shouldering presence. That one's up-headed, has tall-bladed, elevated. It looks like she might be starting to cycle, so maybe that's why she starts to give the exhibitor some fits once in a while. But that one just has come out here with a really nice silhouette. There's a lot of things that you like about that one for a breeding gilt. And we said earlier, really like her underline. And then the February gilt, we like that one in terms of shape and power and dimension she has to offer. We said maybe she could also just be a little bit more comfortable off her rear skeleton, especially at this stage in the game. For me though, the one that I would rather take home is the Unlaced January gilt. That one will go ahead and win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Isabella Sievertson, Grand Champion, overall grade breeding gilt. Now coming into the ring, second in that class is Paige Zimbrick with her January entry.
We dropped that second in here from that class, and that one really has a lot of good things to like. I think that one's tall-bladed, elevated. We said earlier, is she just the stoutest or the biggest footed as a couple of the others? No, definitely not. I think we can all agree on that. But that one's as pliable as any of them. That one's as comfortable off her feet and legs as she gets out and goes. I think I said earlier, you can let the board bring the power, and that's what I would say would just be her advantage or disadvantage out here is maybe having some of that power. I like her the next best. She'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations. Good job.
Congratulations to all of our great breeding gilt exhibitors. Again, Grand Champion, Great Breeding Gilt, Isabella Sievertson, and congratulations to Paige Zimbrick, Reserve Grand Champion, Great Breeding Gilt. Now we're going to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion breeding animals. So we'll have Olivia Nitschke come out from the Registered Breeding Guild, and we have Isabella Sievertson from the Great Breeding Guild, and then Haley McLeod, Reserve Grand Champion, Registered Breeding Guild, and Paige Zimbrick, Reserve Grand Champion, Great Breeding Guild. On deck to this, we're going to head right into our open market swine show. We're going to start with the purebreds. So class 1 purebreds can start making their way to the ring. That's Grace Neelib, Eliseberg, Peytonberg, and Eliseberg.
A really nice duo between the Pierce and the Crosses out here. Two gilts that you really gotta appreciate from the outside looking in. I think breeding animal characteristics, they check the boxes. They're sound, they're functional, they got enough shape, got enough power out here. For me, I think there's one that just throws up an awfully nice silhouette when you catch this one driving across the ring. The Unlaced crossbred, she'll go ahead and win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We dropped that reserve crossbred gilt out here, and that one, it just matches the mold. And I think these two are more close. I think if you want to break them down, we like that cross gilt because she's also a tall blade, elevated, extended one. We said earlier, maybe she's not as stout featured as a few of the others, particularly in that division, or as big and round in her rib cage out here and come with that same arc and curvature. But I don't either think either one have a true outright advantage in that degree, in that department out here. For me though, I think the one that just matches my kind out here, the next best, young lady's Duroc, should go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our breeding hog exhibitors. Grand Champion overall breeding gilt today comes from our commercial division. That's Isabella Sievertson. And Reserve Grand Champion Haley McLeod, Audra Krupp, Grace Cook, and Willow Aventrod.
It sounds so much better. You can just use, yeah. The bar that is really good. When you're on there, you can read, I don't know what it is about your day, but it can hang there. That's what like work makes it so much better.
An interesting class of market hogs out here, and when you break them down and evaluate them piece for piece and which ones that you think just put the most good together at this age and this stage of the game, maybe you're projecting them out a little bit more because they're more like prospects, especially at this weight. But for me, I think the one that's just the most complete off of either end of his skeleton is the young lady's bear over here on my right. That one's the most cracked open in his lower skeleton, the most robust and still productive about the shape to his rib cage, and when you step in behind him, that one still stays square and true inside of his skeleton. Is he perfect? No, I don't think he's just the best designed. I think he's just a little bit shorter and rounder out of his hip, but there's still a lot of good things to like about him. I think it gets a little bit closer from there when you really want to just break him down and talk about which ones have the right pieces. I think the next Durupper over on the far side is going to come second out here. That one's also opened up in his lower skeleton. He's stout stalled, he's robust, he's got some shape up through his upper rib cage out here. He's got a stout rear leg. Is he as dimensional when you step in behind him? Is he as wide based? No, definitely not. And that's kind of where he kind of falls himself in second out here. Between 3 and 4, between the York and the white-footed bear over here, there's some differences that you really got to appreciate. If you want to just talk about market hogs and market animal fundamentals, you got to use the white-footed one because that one's just more productive. He's more opened up. He's got a more true shape up high. But then at the same time, compositionally, you start to question yourself because I don't think that one's a lean, high-cut ability hog. Right? He's not going to be, especially at this stage in the game. Fix him there, make him more comfortable structurally. This one needs to be a lot more relaxed and pliable in his spine. He needs to get out and go with some more comfort and push back an angle to his shoulder. Take nothing away from the York barrel that's going to round out the class. That's a tall-bladed, elevated, extended one that you really got to like quite a few things about it. Get some more meat and potatoes in that one, and I think we could see a switch, maybe up a spot or two, because that one's got the right fundamentals underneath him. He actually is good design. That one just needs to be cracked open in his lower skeleton, allow him to have more shape through his rib cage and have more shape up high behind his shoulder. Fix him there, and maybe we can talk about a switch. A good set of barrels all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, congratulations to Class 1 lightweight registered market barrows. First place in that class, Katenberg, and second, Eliseberg. Next class is our middleweight of purebred market barrows. We have Sully Aventroth,
and you really want to just break it down and go back to the fundamentals, which would have the market animal check the box in terms of market animal fundamentals out here. I think you got to start with the pair of York barrows. In between the two, the young lady's closest to me is the one that's going to go ahead and win. I think this one's the most cracked open, driving right at you, the most robust, and has the best arc and curvature to his rib cage. Excuse me. Does he get out and go with as much comfort and ease as I'd like to see? I know, but I don't think there's one in here that has an outright advantage in that. But then when he turns the corner, he's just wider, bigger made, and that's where he really solidifies the deal. The one that's in second, I think, is a little bit more comfortable off either end of his skeleton. That one's actually more attractive when he gets out and goes, and he has a skin and hair advantage over the one that wins the class. But at the same time, it's when this one turns the corner and drives away from you. I wish he would set his rear two down square, pull him apart at his lower base to just make him a little bit more competitive, but a really nice barrow to come in second. Young man's Duroc barrow on the far side is going to come third. From the outside looking in, if you want to chase the one that's productive, stout, opened up, powerful, we can talk about those things all day long on that one. This one's demise comes on the drive. This one needs to get out and go with more comfort and ease, put a little pep in his step. He's so wide and open about her shoulder up front, consequently doesn't allow him to get out and go with the same comfort and ease. He needs to plan and push with more authority off his rear tube. The Hereford Mark barrow is going to come next. From the get-go, I like this one because he appears tall-bladed, elevated, extended. I like him from the profile in terms of that, but at the same time, he's just a little bit frailer featured, a little bit smaller footed, and I just like to see that one more comfortable in his spine as he gets out and goes. And then when you study him coming and going, he needs to be busted open more at the lower surface. Take nothing away from the Burke, it's going to round out the class. Another one that's tall-bladed, elevated, long-sided. You got to appreciate those things about him, but this one gets too plain up high. When you study him right on the back side of his blade, starts to deviate just ever so slightly, and when this one turns the corner, this one is the most closed up and funnels to the base of his lower skeleton. Fix them there, and maybe we can talk about a switch. A really nice set of barrows for those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our middleweight purebred barrow exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Haley McLeod, and second to Willow Waventroth. Next, we have our heavyweights of purebred barrows. Coming in the ring, we've got Jace Zimbrick, Grace Cook, Ty Nitschke, Cheyenne Thompson, and Cody Freeberg. And weights in this class range from 241 to 256 pounds.
just couples it with the best features out here and checks those boxes in terms of market animal fundamentals. It's the barrel driver right at me. That one just screams as the show barrel of the set. That one's pried apart in his lower skeleton, got such a stout skull, and then he actually reads so robust through his center skeleton here. Really good in the arc and curvature to his rib cage. Gets out and goes with plenty of comfort and ease. That one just kind of solidifies the deal out here. I think it gets a little bit closer between second, third, fourth, even fifth when you really want to break them down and study them out here. The one that I think kind of reads is another show barrel and still having enough muscle and power is the other young man's Duroc barrel over here, kind of on my right. That's a tall-bladed, elevated, extended kind of a dude. And when you get on the top side of this one's skeleton, it surprises you with how much shape that he has right on the back side of his blade. Is he perfect? No. From the outside looking in, he's not the most productive center, and then maybe just consequently just gets a little bit straighter off his rear tube. That's a really nice barrel to find himself in second. I like the Chester appearing barrel for third. I like this one in just terms of market animal fundamentals and characteristics. This one opened up at the surface. He's got some shape up high. He's got some power. Does he hit as a show barrel? No, I don't think he's just the most highly presented one out here. But when you catch this one driving across the ring, this one's up-headed, he's stout, he's got plenty of shape and power. I think if you keep working on that one's got some good days ahead of him. The Hampshire, the belted barrel is going to come next. This is a tall-bladed, elevated dude. He's a little bit longer-sided, more extended. I like those things about him. It surprises you with how much shape that he has right on the backside of his blade. I just like to see this one more relaxed as angle to his blade when you really want to study him driving around the ring. But that one's still got a lot of good things. Hitting up away from the Duroc that's going to round out the class. From the outside perspective, I'm like, that's a tall-bladed, elevated, extended dude who's got some shape, got some power. He's probably the driest and hardest in his center skeleton here in his lower body. And when you turn the corner and watch that one drive away, I wish he'd just plant his rear tube down just a little bit square towards the outside of his skeleton. But still, a really nice set of arrows for all those exhibitors. My compliments to them.
Congratulations to all of our heavyweight market barrel purebred exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Jace Zimbrick, and second to Ty Nitschke. Now we're going to go ahead and select our grand and reserve grand champion purebred barrow. From class number 1, Kate Berg. From class number 2, Haley McLeod. And from class number 3, Jace Zimbrick. We'll have Elise Bergs on deck from class 1, Willow Abentrost on deck from class 2, and Ty Nitschke's on deck from class 3.
Only 3 classes of purebred barrows, but a really good trio out here to evaluate, and that's what makes it fun. Hopefully I didn't give away any surprises earlier, because I think there's one that comes out here and just hits you as a show barrel. Presentation's on the point. He's a really good built, good design dude out here. Maybe he could be just a little bit better in the way that he handles his rear tube, but he's getting at the weight that he's still acceptable in the way that he gets out and maneuvers it. Young man's Duroc that wins that last class. He'll go ahead and win. We dropped that second out here, and there's a lot of things to appreciate about that barrel because he is a tall-made, elevated, extended kind of a dude. I think it's a little bit closer, though, between reserve. You want to talk about the York barrel. You like that one in terms of his productive look and how he's still mobile and gets out and drives across the ring. Is he the stoutest, biggest footed? But no, I wouldn't expect that for the breed. Skin and hair, maybe we could fix there in terms of presentation, but I still think market animal fundamentals, he checks the boxes. I like that one the next best. He'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our purebred barrow exhibitors. Grand champion purebred barrow today goes to Jace Zimbrick, and reserve grand champion purebred barrow to Haley McLeod. Next, we're going to move into our commercial market barrow show. Our lightweights can enter the ring when we get all of our purebreds out, and that'll be Helen
neat class of barrows, even if there's only 4 of them out here. And I think all 4, a different show, a different day, they could definitely have some different sort, because I think there's plenty of good in each of them. The one that comes out here and just hits me the most complete, the most fault-free, and still hits you as a show barrow. Is he a little bit more fragile about his jawline than a couple of the others? Yeah, maybe, but I think this one's the most pliable in his skeleton, the neatest when you catch him thriving on the profile in terms of the design. The young man's crossed the barrel over on the far side. He'll go ahead and win the class. That one I like quite a bit in terms of his just robust power, his sheer design and power. A nice one to start. Take nothing away from the stout, powerful one that's going to come second in the all-black barrel the young lady's driving. This one's cracked open in his lower skeleton. This one's got a lot bigger blade, a big forearm laid into him. I wish he'd just be a little bit more relaxed and angled to his blade to be a little bit more comfortable in his spine and pliable in the way that he gets out and goes. That's really the only place that I fault him. But boy, if you want to just chase the stout power ones, you're probably going to tie into that one all day long. A really nice, complete barrel that the young man's driving, and the other black one closest to me. This one's got some shape up high. He's good in his ribcage shape. He's got some power. He's got a productive look. He's just a little bit plainer in terms of design. He's not as just as stout featured in any one area. He just maybe funnels from the base of his lower skeleton in true genuine width when you step in behind him. But that one's also got plenty of good things to like. The Calico barrel, I think, might have a really nice day on down the road. He's tall-bladed. He's extended. He's elevated. I like those things about him. I'd like to tweak his head shape just ever so slightly and tweak his skull. I think he just gets a little bit longer faced for my liking out here, just a little bit plainer. Comes in just ever so slightly at his knee, maybe brings his rear hock in just ever so slightly when he turns the corner. A really nice barrow though to find himself in 4th. My compliments to all 4 of those exhibitors.
All right,
intriguing class of barrows out here that are very different in their types and kinds, and where you lay your priorities. You might have a different, you might scramble them just a little bit more from what I'm going to do, but I think there's plenty of good in each of them, and there's things that you got to appreciate, but I don't think there's a perfect one out here either. The one that comes out here and kind of hits me as a show barrow is the young man's barrow closest to me. He'll go ahead and win. I think that one's the bowed, big forearm barrow that's got plenty of shape up high right out of the backside of his blade, and consequently, that one's got all the way back to the root of his tail. He's big hipped, he's wide when you step in behind him. Now, he doesn't get out and go and motor with as much comfort and ease as a few of the others. He's just a little bit shorter hip. I wish he had planned and pushed and added with some added flexibility, but there's still plenty of good laid into that one. I call him acceptable today and use him. Take nothing away from the level-eared barrow that's going to come second out here. This one's got a stout big forearm laid into him, stout stalled. He's busted open in his lower skeleton. You gotta appreciate that about him. He's actually got some shape up high. He's a high cut-ability kind of a hog while still having a productive look. I just like to see that one more relaxed and angle through his blade, just ever so slightly, be a little bit more attractive about it, the way that he throws his head out of the top side of his blade, and still couple it with some more pieces of design. But a really nice barrow to find himself in second. We'll use the young man's barrow over on the far side for third. That's a tall bladed, elevated, extended dude out here, and he's got some shape right out on the backside of his shoulder. I think it just needs to come with more time on feed. That one's not gonna have a good day on down the road because he's still square and comfortable inside of his skeleton. If I wanted to tweak him just ever so slightly, I wish he was just a little bit stouter, bigger footed, but that's still a really nice barrow to find himself in third. Take nothing away from the one that's going to come in fourth. From the outside looking in, you're like, that's a productive center, a good build kind of a barrow, but at the same time, that one's just too plain, right out on the backside of the shoulder. Compositionally is where I'd like to fix that one the most. He's just a little bit shorter everywhere. And then when you step in behind him is where I take the most concern. He swallows his rear tooth towards the outside of the skeleton. Plant those two down square inside of the skeleton. We could talk about maybe making a switch on the bottom. But a really nice set of barrows all the way through. My compliments to all of those exhibitors.
All right, congratulations to all of our commercial market barrow exhibitors. First place goes to Drew Nitschke and second to Olivia Nitschke in that class. Now we'll have our heavyweight commercial market barrows enter the ring. We've got Carl Reinhold, Nick Stress, Nolan Thompson, Odin Browd, Casey Cashman, and Grace Reinhold. And weights in this class are 320 to 385.
here that you really got to appreciate their productive look that they have to offer. When we get into these heavier weights, it's important to make sure that they're still compositionally correct, and cutability is of utmost importance. And for me, the one that I kind of land on is the young man right here in the center of the ring with the red shirt. When you get on the top side of this one's got some shape, he's got some power. I think he's still going to be a high cutability kind of a hog. And when you study him at the surface, that one actually has some base width that you really got to appreciate about him. The other lean, high cutability hog is the one over here on my right. I think this one's got plenty of shape right out of the back side of his shoulder all the way down. Is he from the outside looking in? Is that one just the most productive? You question yourself and say, maybe not. But at the same time, let's talk about meat animal shape, and that's what we're going to eat. That one is the next best one in my opinion. The young ladies over here is going to go third. This one is more productive from the outside looking in. This one's got some more shape, got some more power. He actually is a little bit stouter featured than you'd expect, but at the same time, I just like to see. I think that one gets just a little bit too rock forward in the angle to his blade. Fix him there. I appreciate about him. That one just needs to be also structurally. I'd like to see that one just get out and go with more comfort and ease, a little bit more relaxed in the angle to his blade. The heavyweight barrel or the heavyweight appearing one's going to come next. A barrel that you gotta like, because from the outside looking in, it's like, boy, that one's really efficient on feed. Got some shape, got some power, but at the same time, cutability is of the utmost concern on that one for my liking. I think he just gets a little bit too plain at his 10th, and he's going to open up a little bit smaller eye consequently. But a really nice set of barrels for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All of these hogs are the enrichment hogs, so it's a lot of city kids that don't have an opportunity, which is pretty.
All right, congratulations to all of our heavyweight commercial market barrow exhibitors. First place in that class went to Odin Broad, and second to Nolan Thompson. Next, we're going to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion commercial market barrow. In our first class, we'll have Kellen Hens come out, and in our middleweight class, as well as Nolan Thompson from the heavyweight class.
Robust in the way that he's put together. We said earlier, maybe he could just be a little bit more comfortable off his route to as he gets out and goes. That's where I draw the most criticism for him. The lightweight barrow over here, boy, that one's just extremely attractive. Good design kind of a dude, and he's the most comfortable and mobile as they ask the drive around the ring out here. I like that one the best. The lightweight will go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations to him. We dropped that second place from that class in here in that stout barrow, that stout all black barrow. Boy, if you want to just chase the extremes, you're going to tie into that one pretty easy. That one's big footed, big forearm, big bladed, extremely stout when you're stepping behind him. And he's still playing some pushes with plenty of comfort and ease. We said earlier, maybe he could be relaxed just ever so slightly in the angle to his blade, but that's all in a comparative sense earlier, because I think that's the next best one. He'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations. Good job.
All right, congratulations to all of our commercial market barrow exhibitors. Grand champion overall commercial market barrow in our open show goes to Kellen Hint, and reserve grand champion overall market barrow goes to Paige Zimbrick. Next, we are going to select our grand and reserve grand champion barrow of the day. So we need we need Jace Zimbrick, purebred, and Haley McLeod York on deck.
With the two barrows that we got out here and that we kind of found them towards the top. I think they're the most complete, the most functional. They check the most box in terms of market animal fundamentals that we've seen out here, and so couple it with some piece of design that you really got to appreciate for show barrows out here. Between the two of them, though, I think there's one that just is a little bit more comfortable off either end of the skeleton, and that just is extremely attractive when you catch him driving across the ring. Really neat and slick about his jawline, and attractive about his head carriage. The young man's crossbred barrel, he'll go ahead and win. Congratulations.
We have some ribbons up here, so if you, again, if you got first, second, or third in your class, and you would like your ribbons, you can head on up to the table. Thanks, everyone.
We dropped that reserve crossbred barrow in here, and boy, he just matches the mold. I think that one's extremely stout. We said earlier, just chasing those extremes, and that's what you're doing with that one. I think it's hard to find one that is just has the most ESTs out here of anything. But at the same time, I said I wish he'd just be a little bit more relaxed and angled through his blade, a little bit more comfortable in his spine, and maybe that's where you critique him the most. I think there's still a lot of good in him. I think there's a lot of good in the Duroc barrow as well, so then you got to weigh out those differences. For me, the one that I like the next best is the young man's Duroc barrel. He'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to all of our Market Barrow exhibitors today. Grand champion overall Market Barrow today goes to Kellen Hitt for this crossbred, and reserve grand champion Market Barrow goes to Jace Zimbrick with his purebred barrows. Now we are going to start our Market Gilt Show. So we need our lightweights to start entering the ring.
intriguing class of crossbred gilts out here, and have very different types and kinds. And I don't think there's a perfect one out here. There's one that comes out here and screams, "Hey, I'm here to win." But between them, I think there's one that kind of comes out here as a show gilt, and that's the young lady in the red shirt. That one's got a stout skull, and she's so busted open her lower skeleton right at you, and that allows her to have some more arc and curvature, some shape right on the backside of her blade. And when she turns the corner is where I take the most concern. She gets a lot of swelling in her hop and her joint work there. I just like to make her a little bit more comfortable as she gets out of her plants and pushes off of her too. But maybe that's drawing too much criticism because she still maneuvers it with enough comfort and ease. The other gilt that's the most pried apart in her lower skeleton and most productive from the outside of the ring is the young lady on the far side of that belted gilt. That one's extremely robust. Her rib cage really good in the arc and curvature of her rib cage. Stout and big-footed in the way that she's put together. When you get critical, maybe when you step in behind her, I wish she'd just get out and go and reach with a little bit of added flexibility off of her too. But that's also maybe being a little bit too critical of one that's still got so much shape and power. I think it's a little bit closer between 3, 4, and 5. I'm going ahead and like to use the young lady in black shirt closest to me for 3. Catch this one driving across the ring. That's a tall blade, elevated, extended kind of a gilt. It's got some shape, got some power right on the backside of the blade. I think that's a high cutability kind of an option. And where she really has her true advantage is I think that was the most pulled apart, the most genuine in her lower skeleton of everything that's left in the class. The gilt that's going to come over here in 4th is the tall blade, elevated, extended kind of an option. She's got some shape, she's got some power. That's a high cutability kind of a gilt. Does she couple it with enough power and shape? No, and that's maybe our questioner, because she is a little bit more closed up on her lower skeleton. But I think it's her extra cutability and advantage that goes over the gilt that left the ring already. That one just needs to come with a little bit. She just gets a little more plainer in the design. Needs to be stouter and square. And then when you step in behind her, that one isn't square enough in the lower brow. She funnels in the base of her lower skeleton. A really nice set of crossbred gilts from those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, great job. All of our Class 1 market guild show exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Paige Ziprick and second to Piper Thompson. Next, we have our middleweight market guild exhibitors enter the ring. We'll need Alyssa Reinhold, Abel Thompson, Milo Brannon, Lavella Coyd, Alexis Cresson, and Gracelyn Wolski. And weights in this class range from 275
there's a couple of them that kind of come out here and actually surprise you because they got some shape, they got some power, their high cut ability. You got to take all those things into consideration. In terms of market animal fundamentals, I think the one that comes with the most shape and the most productive look is the young ladies right here in the center of the ring, the young lady in the pink shirt. That one's actually tall-bladed, elevated, extended the way that she's put together. I like that one in terms of just market animal fundamentals. There's a lot of good things to appreciate about that one. Young man's red gilt right here, closest to me, is going to come second. Get on the top side of that one, Skeleton. She's got some shape. She's got some power. Is she as productive maybe from the outside looking in as a couple of the others? No, maybe that's where you want to question her, but there's still a lot of good built into that one. Third will be the young lady in the green 4-H shirt right here. That's a long made, extended kind of an option out here. And when you get on the top side of this one, I think that one might be a high cut ability option because she's got some shape, she's got some power. Is she as wide based as a few of the others? No, maybe not. And that's where the advantage goes to the one and fourth over here on my right. This young lady's got one that's got shape, got some power. From the outside looking in, that one's productive. She's wide based, but I just like to see that one. She just a little bit plainer in terms of design than a couple of the others. Next will be the red belted one over there for fifth. I think that's a tall bladed, elevated, extended kind of an option. She gets a little too straight off either end of her skeleton for my liking. Take nothing away from the young man's gilt that's going to round out the class over here. That one's actually got a stout stall, got some power, got some shape. But that one just needs a little bit too plainer look. Runs downhill too much for my liking. And then she's just the driest and hardest in her center skeleton. But a really nice class for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them. here. We'll go ahead and elect to use the young man's gilt right here in front of me. Here on the top side of this one's skeleton, it really surprises you with the amount of shape that she has right out of the back side of her blade. Cutters it all the way back and through. Is she just the widest made one? No, maybe not, but I think there's a lot of good injected in that one. Second will be the young lady in the black shirt right here driving across the center of the ring. Tall blade, elevated, extended kind of a gilt. The way that she's put together actually also has some shape and power when you want to study them. That one's really falls into second really nicely out here. I think it's a little bit closer between 3 and 4. We'll go ahead and elect to use this one right here for third. From the outside looking in, you're like, wow, that one's productive, that one's got a look. She kind of deviates right behind her blade. I like the fix her there and maybe make her a little bit wider base. There's still a lot of good to like in that one. Fourth will be the young man right here driving across the ring. Also another one that's got a really productive look from the outside looking in. She actually has just got a big blade, big forearm blade into her, which kind of surprises me. Just gets a little bit plainer, right, when you step in behind her, a little rounder out of her hip. The young man's heavier weight gilt appearing over there on the far side is going to round out the class. From the outside looking in, I'm all in on that productive look and big center that she has. But our question, is it truly productive and practical? Because I think she's just not as high cut ability. Compositionally, I'd like to fix her just ever so slightly. A really nice class for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our heavyweight market guild exhibitors. First place in that class went to Aiden Ruby and second to Corinna Hagan. Next, we are going to pick our grand and reserve grand champion market guild. So we need Paige Zimbrick from class 1, Alexis Crescent from class 2, and Aiden Ruby from class 3. On deck is Piper Thompson. Also from class 1, Milo Brandon from middleweight, and Corinna Hagan from heavyweight.
Just 3 classes of crossbred gilts out here, but 3 individuals that you gotta appreciate something about each and every one of them. I'll just talk about them individually real quick, in no particular order. The Henry gilt that you really like because she's a stouter maid than you actually expect for that one's kind out here. It got some shape, got some power, especially coupled with as much muscle as maybe one or two of the others. No, maybe not, and that's where you like the fixture. Another productive one over there that you like because she's long made and extended. This high cut kind of knob. Sure, then the gilt that lays the lightweights kind of comes out here and hits you as a show gilt. She's extremely cracked open in her lower skeleton that allows her to have so much shape and power up high. But we said earlier, maybe she could just be a little bit more flexible off the rear tube. Maybe got some swelling in her rear joints, and that's where you say the other two are a little bit more practical on their feet and legs. But this one has so much shape and power, you just can't look past that. She'll go ahead and win. Congratulations to her. Good job.
Congratulations to Paige Zimbrick, grand champion overall market guild. Entering the ring now is Piper Thompson from the lightweight class.
Second in here from that other lightweight class, and we talked about one that's extremely productive, extremely opened up in her lower skeleton. There's plenty of good things to like about that one. Maybe she could just reach a little bit better off the rear tube, gets a little bit rounder out of her hip and pick her up at the base of her tail, but there's still plenty of good things. I like her the next best. She'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Again, congratulations to all of our market guild exhibitors. Reserve grand champion market guild today goes to Piper Thompson. Next, we're going to go ahead and select our supreme and reserve supreme market animal. So we'll need Kellen Hintz to come out with his grand champion Barrow and Jason Zimbrick to be on deck with his purebred. And then Paige Zimbrick can stay in the ring with her champion guild and Piper Thompson. All 4 of them can come out into the ring.
show out here for the market hogs, and you want to break them down and just talk about it individually. The gilts you like because they got some shape, they got some power. Maybe they just aren't as structurally correct as maybe the barrows in a few areas that you'd like to fix them there. And then the barrows got so much power and shape, really good design. You heard me talk about earlier what I'd like to fix about each of them, what I liked about them. I like the barrows the best. Champion Reserve, congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our Market Hog exhibitors. Grand Champion Market Hog today goes to Grand Champion overall Supreme Market Animal today goes to Kellen Hintz, and Reserve Grand Champion Supreme Market Animal today goes to Jace Zimbrick. Our last class in our swine show today is going to be a pen of 3 entry by the Thompson family. Piper Thompson can bring her pen of 3 into the ring. And then that's going to conclude our swine show today. I want to just thank our judge, John Eliarson, for doing an absolutely great job with the kids and sorting through these classes. Also, thanks to the Red River Valley Fair for putting on a great show, always working to improve the facilities and make this a great event for all youth to come and show their livestock. We are going to take a quick picture here. So in about 5 minutes, if all of our swine exhibitors, and you can even start heading back to the backdrop now, line up against that Red River Valley Fair backdrop. I promise it'll be quick and painless. So all swine exhibitors, we're going to take a quick picture, group picture, and then we will start our sheep show right at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock sheep exhibitors is when we're going to start the sheep show. Thank you.
Great way to wrap it up with a pen of 3 out here. Just been a really smooth show, so I appreciate that, and all the volunteers that helped make that possible, and the invite up here. I know we still got the sheep and goats left. Pen of 3, a really interesting class. I really enjoy judging pen of 3s. I've done it a few times before, and there's been quite a few entries, or there's been 1 entry. It's just a really good challenge, and hopefully more people get involved in it, because I think there's a lot of good things. When you're judging a pen of 3, you want to make sure that they're a really complete set. You want to make sure that they're uniform in the way they're put together out here, and they kind of resemble each other, just in terms of weight, in terms of practicality, and just in terms of muscle shape and the dimension that they have to offer. And these 3 actually come out here and really do a good job. They all are opened up, they're all stop feature, they're all powerful. A really nice set of pen of 3, a really good complete set. Congratulations to them. They're automatically win, but they definitely can withstand some more competition. Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you so much to the Thompson family for bringing out a great pen of 3 entry. Now we will take that quick picture, and again, thanks to all the exhibitors and everyone that came to watch the hog show today. We'll be back at 10 for the sheep show.
Well, we'll leave them as they stand, and the young man's you in the forefront to win the class. Boy, get off the profile this one. That's a round rib, round bodied kind of a ewe. It's extremely got a lot of power working in her. Catch her from the profile. That one's tucked up really good in her breastplate. Ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder. Does she have as long and thin neck as the one that comes in second? No, maybe not, but in the comparative sense, I think it's her extra power, her extra stoutness that has the true advantage over the darker fibered ewe that comes in second. This is another tall statured elevated ewe that's in second out here, and I said she comes with a longer thinner neck out of the top side of her shoulder. She could tie it back just a little bit neater and be a little bit more attractive in the upper apex of her shoulder in the way that she ties it there. She could be just a little bit taller statured to be leveler from her shoulder back, but at the same time I don't think that one's just as big footed, as stout featured, and when from the profile she could be pulled down in her flank just ever so slightly to aid in her look and balance from the profile. A nice duo of ewes for those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our yearling exhibitors in the weather type category. First place in that class goes to Ty Bauman and second to Carity Gorder. Next, we've got a couple of fall ewe lambs entering the ring now. We have Hadley and Willow Abentraub. On deck are our winter ewe lambs, and that is Sterling and Sully Abentraub. In the hole are our spring ewe lambs, Riley Vanderbeck, Paulina Galbraith, and Lane Bergren.
Yeah, I wish I visited. I don't know where the time goes, but I don't either. This morning. And then we started an hour early. These people can have I think I noticed that. Yeah. Recently, I've noticed that the I did it the first night of our class, but then last night I was gonna go to bed. She was like asking me to get ready, and I'm like, yeah, I have to start. Our new trainer. Yeah, our new trainer, and that was always so. Well, next year, normally when the state, the police, and the sheriff are going to Michigan for a national track. So gosh, way to go. Just amazing to start your season. Talented kids and they ran last year. And he did really good. He got like the got like second or third.
Okay.
So I was really happy. Next year he's gonna have tough behavior.
Okay.
And the teachers are his teachers and Sharon and her buddy is gonna come too, and he's in the field so
In the field.
in the morning. Yeah, I want to meet him.
He's a really good friend of ours. I've spoken to him, seen him work with him this year.
Oh, really?
He's like a
From Madison?
yeah, Southern Panama area.
I really like this one from the three-quarter view. That one's extremely round-bodied, extremely dimensional, extremely stout and powerful, big-footed, heavy-booted kind of a ewe, and I think she's the most attractive through her front end, the way that she ties her neck high out of the apex of her shoulder and tied back, and just a really neat silhouette when you get this one propped up on the profile because she's so driven up neat in her breastplate. That's a fun one to evaluate. Take nothing away from the one in second. That's a tall statured, elevated kind of a sheep that I really like because that one's got so much levelness down her top, right on the back side of her blade, but at the same time, I think that one is just a little bit not as genuine in her bottom line balance, and maybe that extra wool aids in that, but at the same time, she just gets a little hawked in just ever so slightly when you watch them on the go, when you step in behind her, she's a little bit plainer up front, does it not as neat in the way that she ties her neck on the top side of her shoulder. A really good pair of ewes for both those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to our fall ewe lamb exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Willow Abentraub and second to Hadley Abentraub. Next are our winter ewe lambs. We've got two entries in this class, Sully and Sterling
out here, and we're going to leave them as they stand and use the young man in the forefront to win. I think this is the neater pattern view, and you really want to break them down and study them piece for piece. I like that she ties her neck high out of the apex of her shoulder. She's pushed up really good in her breastplate, extremely neat in her bottom line balance and level up high. Is she as dimensional or as round bodied as the other one? No, but I think it comes in a neater package. I think she gets out and goes and really fundamental off her feet and legs. Take nothing away from the one and second. Another tall statured, elevated view who's good in her top line balance. Could she be pulled down on her flank just ever so slightly to help aid in her bottom line? Yeah, maybe. And then I'd like she to be a little bit more attractive about her head and neck set on the top side of her shoulder. But still, a really nice view to find herself in second. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations to our winner ULAM exhibitors. First place in that class, Sterling Abentrop in second. Now we have our spring ULAMs coming in. We have Lane Berggren, Paulina Galbraith, and Riley Vanderbeck. On deck, we have a single entry by Hadley Abentrop of Para ULAM.
Just so happens with the young ladies in the forefront to win the class. This one's the roundest body. This one's the most dimensional from the three-quarter view. This one also is the neatest looking and the best pattern when you get off the side and study this one and catch her in motion as she gets out and goes. I think she's the most comfortable off her feet and legs. The heavy booted is extremely stout-footed. There's a lot of good pieces to appreciate in that female. Take nothing away from the one and second. I think this one's actually taller statured, more elevated at the point of her shoulder, and she throws a long, thin neck out of the top side of her shoulder. It's from the profile. This one's more inverted in her bottom line balance. She gets deeper back into her, she gets deeper at her chest and runs inverted back into her flank line. Fix her there, and maybe we can talk about one that's a little bit neater balance, a little bit neater silhouette. Take nothing away from the one that's coming in third. This one's rounder body from the outside looking in the comparative sense over the one that comes in the two-hole. I just like this one just gets a little bit plainer in her type and kind. An extra digit to her tail, maybe throws off her balance just ever so slightly, and just not as attractive in her look and the way that she gets out and maneuvers out of her hip and hind leg. A good set of views for those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to all of our spring ULAM exhibitors. First place to Lane Berggren and second to Paulina Galbraith. We have a single entry by the Abentrops in pair of ULAMs right now. And then in the staging ring, ready to come in, we'll be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion, Weather Dam U. So we need the yearlings tie
a nice pair of ewe-lambs, and we'll elect to leave them as they stand. And young man's ewe, we like because she's tall statured, she's elevated, she's really level in her lines, and her top line and her bottom line balance. She's pushed up a little bit better in her breastplate and her chest floor there. And she ties her neck a little bit more attractive out of the top side of her shoulder. And then she handles her rear leg with a little bit more attractiveness, a little bit stouter, bigger feature, a heavier booted ewe. Take nothing away from the one in second. She's rounder bodied, she's got some rib cage shape when you really want to study them. I wish she was a little more attractive about the way that she sets her neck on the top side of her shoulder and she throws it out there. She's a little bit frailer and finer featured in reality. And maybe fix her there, maybe we can talk about a switch. A nice pair for those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to the Aventross with first place in the pairs division in our weather dam. Now we're going to select our grand and reserve grand champion weather type U. So we'll have Ty Bowman and Cara D, Willow and Hadley, Lane and Paulina, and Sterling and Sully.
Here and just talk about them individually real quick in no particular order, just how they're standing. We really like the fall ewe, the yearly, a really nice ewe in terms of just her sheer round body shape, her extra dimension that she has to offer. If she is neat and attractive, maybe through her chest floors, a couple of the others, no, and maybe that's why I question her. But boy, if you want to chase the ones that are stout and extreme, you're probably going to tie into that one. I like this one from the profile when you get this one propped up just right. I think she's really attractive about her head and neck set and the way that she ties her neck high out of the apex of her shoulder, tucked up really good in her breastplate, really good in her bottom line balance, extremely stout featured, extremely big footed. That one actually, when you maneuver them around the ring, I like that one quite a bit in motion. The ewe that's behind her we like because she's tall statured, she's elevated at this stage in the game. We said maybe she, in a comparative sense out here, she could be just a little bit more attractive, a little neater pattern, a little bit better out of her hind leg in the way that she maneuvers it and sets it. But extremely nice ewe to find herself there. A tall statured, elevated, a really nice ewe that comes out of that fourth class over here. Really tucked up good in her breastplate, good in her bottom line balance. Could she hook up just a little bit better from her loin back into her hip? Yeah, maybe, consequently. But there's still a lot of good things to like about that one. The ewe that you just come back to and you set them into motion out here that I like quite a bit. It's the only the second class. She's going to go ahead and win. Congratulations to her. We dropped that second in here and we said we like quite a few things about her. She's round bodied, she's dimensional when you get off of the three-quarter view. We said maybe she could be just a little bit more attractive about her head and neck shape and the way that she ties it there. Maybe she gets a little bit more protrusive about her breast floor. But maybe that's also being critical of one. There's plenty of good things to appreciate in that one. I like the one that comes with so much stoutness and power, and I think she's still good built. The young man's yearly. She'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations to him. Good job.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our weather type breeding division. Congratulations to Willow Avon.
Just two ram lambs out here, and we're going to head and leave them as they stand and elect to use the young ladies in the forefront. I think this one just comes with some more pattern pieces. He's taller stature, he's more elevated. I think there's things that you can inject into a breeding program to appreciate. He's still got enough muscle, he's still got enough shape. Is he maybe as productive from the outside looking in or as round bodied? No, maybe not, but I don't think that comes as a concern because that one's fundamentally right. He's fundamentally there. Just a good kind of ram. Good enough away from the one in second. From the outside looking in, you're like, oh, that's the bigger bodied one, but at the same time, he's too plain in his look. He's a little bit deeper chested. He's not as attractive and as neat in his lines. I just like to pull him back ever so slightly in his condition maybe to help him balance just a little bit better, but still a really nice kind of a ram to find himself in second out here. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
All right, congratulations to Carity Gorder, Grand Champion Ram in not only this division but of the day, as well as Ty Bauman, Reserve Grand Champion Ram in this division and throughout the breeding show. Next, we'll take our yearlings in the ring, Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman. On deck are our winter ewe lambs, Ty Bauman, Carity Gorder, and Alexis Crescent.
We're going to leave them as they stand again. The young ladies in the forefront. I think this ewe is just the most genuine in her condition out here, in her breeding condition. It got the most shape, got the most power and dimension, and still couples it in a package that's really fundamental at the surface. She gets out and moves and covers her ground with plenty of ease. She's still good at her breastplate, really good at her bottom line balance at this stage in the game. A nice ewe to find herself to win. Take nothing away from this one that comes in second. The young man's got. They started to give him a little fits. This one also is really attractive about her head and neck shape and the way that she ties it out of the top side of her shoulder. She's still good in her breastplate and bottom line balance. I just like to pull this one back ever so slightly in her condition, trim her up maybe if you will, and then when you step in behind her, she kind of funnels to the base. I just like to make that one a little bit square in the way that she uses her hock down at the surface. A really nice set of ewes for both those exhibitors. My compliments to them.
All right, congrats to those exhibitors on an excellent set of yearling ewes in our white-faced beef breeds division. First place, Carity Gorder, and second to Ty Bauman. Next up, we have our winter ewe lambs. So Ty Bauman, Carity Gorder, and Alexis Crescent can enter the ring.
out here to evaluate, and that's what makes it fun. But I think the one that we're going to go ahead and start off with kind of wins it, overwhelming for me. It didn't really come with much debate. I think this one, park this one on the profile. This one throws up the neatest silhouette, and that's because she's so attractive about her front end, and the way she ties her neck high out of the apex of her shoulder, pushed up so good in her breastplate, extremely neat in her bottom line balance. That's just the neatest pattern one, and couple that with still being so fundamental at the surface. Functionality is definitely in her corner. The round body dimensional one from the 3/4 view did come in second. I think this one's just a little bit stouter featured, bigger footed as well. It's been on motion. I wish that she'd just collect herself just a little bit better. She gets up on her spine, she kind of drops her breastplate just ever so slightly. Fix her there. Maybe we can talk about a switch, but I don't think she's allowed to because she isn't as neat pattern. She isn't couple it with as much attractive design through and through. A really nice one to go second though. Take nothing away from the one that comes in third that the young lady's showing out here. Does an excellent job. One that you actually appreciate because she's level behind her shoulder. I'd like to see this one just a little bit more practical on her feet and legs. Come with a little bit more, she just kind of gets a little bit too stretched out maybe at times. A little bit finer featured and frailer in the way that she's put together. Then when you study her from the front and from the rear, she's just a little bit more closed up in her lower body. I'd like to fix her there, but still a really nice set of use for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of those exhibitors in the winter ULAM division. First place in that class goes to Carity Gorder and second to Ty Bauman. Now we're going to go ahead and select our grand and reserve grand champion U in our white face division. We need our yearlings, Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman, and our winner ULAM, Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman.
I think the decision comes down between the two class winners in all honesty. I think they're very different in their type and kind. And just talk about them individually real quick. The older you, boy, you really got to appreciate the stoutness and power that's laid into that one and from the ground up. And that one's so dimensional through and through. Is she as neat? Is she as attractive in her pattern pieces out here as maybe the other one? No, I don't think she throws up quite the neatest silhouette. But boy, there's so much stoutness and power, it's hard to get past that. And then the one that wins that other class, we get this one propped up. I think this was extremely unique in the way that she ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder, extremely good in her bottom line balance, tucked up good in her breastplate. We said in a comparative sense out here, does she come with the overwhelming amount of stoutness and power? No, maybe not. So where do you lay your priorities down here? I think that one's going to have a really bright future. For me, I can't get past the stoutness and power. The older one will go ahead and be your champion. The younger one will be reserved. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Carity Gorder, first and second place overall white face meat breed division winner and reserve champion winner today. Next, we're going to move into our bull breeds division. We've got a single entry
shoe that's really practical and fundamental off her feet and legs. Tall, statured, elevated, really clean and dense in her fleece. So plenty of good things to like about that ewe. I like that she gets out and covers her tracks. Is she just the widest made or the stoutest? I know, but maybe that isn't really important out here. A good solid ewe. Congratulations to her.
Excellent job to Riley Vanderbeck, first place in her winter ewe lamb category. Next in is our spring ewe lamb entry, Dylan Vanderbeck. And on deck, we will keep Riley, if you wanted to hang out just at the end of the ring, you'll come in for a grand and reserve grand overall bull breed ewe.
How's it going? Good? Having fun? See a little wild for you? Spinning around? Oh, you're good. I want to circle her around and just park her over here. That's good. Just a single entry. The young man's doing a great job out here showing this ewe a really practical, fault-free kind of a female out here. You got to appreciate that about her. Cleaning her fleece, is she just as dense maybe as the other one? No, but there's a lot of good things to like about this female. Congratulations to him.
All right, excellent job, Dylan Vanderbeck, on your first place exhibit in the Spring Ewes Wool Breed category. Now we're going to pick our grand and reserve grand champion Wool Breed ewe. So we have Riley Vanderbeck and Dylan Vanderbeck.
You can just go head to tail if you want. You can just go head to tail. That's good. That's fine. You can come over here. No, you're good. A nice duo of views for both these exhibitors out here. And, when it comes down to it, I really like that they're both practical, they're both functional off of their feet and legs. Really good type of sheep out here. I like the young lady's ewe the best in terms of just her wool cover. I think that one's just a really nice ewe in her own right. Get out and go and turn her loose. That's going to make a really nice project. Take nothing away from the young man's that's going to be reserved out here. Another one that you like because she's fault-free and practical off her feet and legs. She's elevated and attractive in the way that she's put together. Maybe just not as dense and attractive and clean in her wool cover, but still a really nice set of ewes for both those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, excellent job to our exhibitors in our Wool Breed category. First place grand champion ewe goes to Riley Vanderbeck and reserve to Dylan Vanderbeck. Now we're going to select our grand and reserve grand champion ewe of the day. We need Willow Abentrop and Ty Bauman to come out with their weather tights. We need Kierdy Gorder to come out with her two white-faced beef breeds. And then we've got the Vanderbecks that are out here right now with their wool breeds.
nice divisions out here for these three ewes between the wool, the leather, and the meat type. If you want to just break it down and talk about them individually real quick, you talk about the practicality, functionality, completeness of the ewe up front. You talk about the really patterned pieces that the one that right in the middle has. I think that one's extremely round bodied, dimensional in the way that she's put together. I love how she's driven up so neat in her breastplate and catch them in motion out here. I think that one stays as collected as any of them. I like that one quite a bit, especially when you pull in the lead. And then the down behind, I like that one in terms of her roundness of body, her extra shape, her extra dimension that she has to offer. She's a little more protrusive about her breastplate in a comparative sense. Yeah, maybe, but the way there's a lot of stoutness and power laid into that one. I think it kind of comes down between these two, in all honesty. I like this one the best, this one for reserve. Congratulations to all of them.
Congratulations to Willow Waventrust Grand Champion ewe today in our breeding sheep division, and also to Carity Border Reserve Grand Champion breeding ewe. We're going to bring out Carity Border's ram and Ty Bauman's ram for Supreme and Reserve Supreme breeding animal.
Breeding sheep, I think you got to appreciate the rams because they're functional, they're complete, they're practical off of the feed legs. They got enough shape and power that they can inject in the next generation, but you really got to appreciate the structure that they have built into them. And then the ewes, just so much stoutness and power, and just the patterned pieces that they have to offer out here. I like the ewes the best. We'll go ahead and use them for your champion reserve overall. Congratulations to them. Congratulations. we'll go ahead and elect to use the one that's the neatest pattern from the outside looking in. In my viewpoint, that's the young ladies in the forefront. That's a taller stature, more elevated one. And when we're at this stage of the game, I'm not going to put too much preference on handle, but boy, that one's got a big old loin injected into him. Comes with plenty of shape right out behind her shoulder, over his rack. It's still trim and a high cut ability shape. I think project that one out. That's where he's going to have some play. Could he be hooked up just a little bit better from his loin back into his hip? Yeah, definitely. That's where the advantage comes to the darker fibered one that's in second over here. I like that one, how smooth he is over his top. Really good in his bottom line balance. It's when they get out and go. I don't think that one stays as collected in his spine and not as smooth in comfort. He's a little bit straighter off his rear too, just ever so slightly. And in comparative sense, he's not as stout. He's not as big footed. The one that comes in third, taller stature, more elevated, extended the way that he's put together. Get off to the 3/4 view of this one. I like that he's round bodied. He's really round in his rib cage shape. Is he just a little bit drier and harder? Yeah, definitely. And he doesn't open up with the same amount of shape up high, and that's because he's not as wide down to the surface. He's not as pulled apart right through his breastplate. Working on down the line here, a few weathers that just need to come with a little bit more shape, a few more pieces of design, not as deep twisted maybe from behind, not as stout feature, a little bit frailer. And then when we round out the class of sheep that at this stage of the game, cutability I think just becomes in question out here. This one needs to be trimmer, he needs to be more complete. Sure, he's round bodied and productive from the outside, but that one just needs to, we're going to spend too much time on the fabrication table. A really nice set of sheep for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to all of our lightweight exhibitors in our weather division. First place in that class went to Hadley Aventroth and second to Willow Aventroth. Next we have our middleweights coming in the ring now. We've got Wyatt Hamry, Molly Wilson, Violet Hamry, Avery Galbraith, and Lane Berggren.
Want to circle around? Want to bring yours up? Right up here? You want to come up next to her? Want to take yours up? second, maybe first. A really nice solid set of sheep out here to work through, and I think the decision comes down between 1 and 2 in all honesty, but between the duo I think the one that just comes with the most pattern pieces and still couples it with enough market animal fundamentals is the young man's right here in front of me. This is the taller stature, more elevated sheep. He's more correct and pushed up better in his breastplate, really good in his bottom line balance. He's a heavy-booted, big-footed kind of a dude out here, but where he really solidifies the deal, I think this one's just a little bit trimmer, a little bit better, squarer right behind his shoulder over his rack, and maintains that squareness all the way to the edges of his loin back into his hip. I like that one quite a bit. The one that comes in second, it comes in a little bit more moderate package, but boy, this one's got a lot of good things that you gotta admire about him. He also is driven up really good in his breastplate and consequently really round rib cage and round bodied in the way that he's put together. I wish that he'd hook up just a little bit better in his top loin, or the top side from his loin back into his hip, make it a little bit level, maybe he gets a little bit stretched out a little bit too much off his rear tube, and that consequently kind of throws off his balance at times. But boy, that's a really nice sheep to find himself in second. Tall statured, elevated, a really neat looking kind of a dude that has a really good silhouette comes in third. And boy, this one's wide chested, good made there. He's actually trim and high cut ability kind of a sheep if you want to project them out. But at the same time, that one doesn't come with enough muscle to really be called a high cut ability one at this stage in the game. I'd like to see that one just massed and bulked up just a little bit more. He gets a little bit shallower out of his twist when you study him from the 3/4 view. A really nice sheep to find himself in third though. The dark fiber natty that comes forth out here, one that's also elevated and it's long made in the way that he's put together structurally. He's not attractive, he's not as neat pattern or good design maybe, but at the same time, that one actually does come with a little bit more shape, and in a comparative sense between him and the one that rounds out the class, I think he actually comes with some more genuine muscle right over his rack. Take nothing away from the speckled up one that's going to round out the class. From the outside looking in, you're kind of drawn into his extra shape and his round bodiness, but I don't know if I can call it practical, because at the same time, that was just the plainness in his shape when you get a handle on him, the plainness in his design and pattern pieces. And she's doing a great job out here showing them. Congratulations to all of us exhibitors.
All right, congratulations to all of our middleweight exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Lane Berggren, and second to Molly Wilson. Next, we're going to bring in our heavyweight market weathers. We've got Paulina Galbraith, Allison Carlin, Forrest Sears, Lane Berggren, Braylon Watson, and Riley Vanderbeck with 2 entries. Weights in this class are 138 to 145.
a really deep set of wethers out here, and that's what makes it fun to evaluate. Between all of them, though, the two that kind of find themselves to the top pretty handily for me are right here in front of me. But between the pair, we'll go ahead and elect to use the unman's right in front of me. Get off the sheep. This one's tall statured, elevated, really neat in his pattern pieces and the way that he's put together, driven up really good in his breastplate, good in his bottom line balance. But where he really solidifies the deal as we work into some of these heavier weights, this one's square, right behind his shoulder over his rack, maintains so much squareness to the edges of his loin all the way back into his hip. And asks the sheep to move, this one stays the most collected and just the most fundamental at the ground. Take nothing away from the one that's coming in second. The young lady's doing a great job showing out here. This one's tighter hided. He's firmer to the touch, but where I get a little bit picky, he's just a little bit more pinched in his forerib shape, a little bit more pinched right behind his shoulder. I'd like to see that one open up with a little bit more true squareness and width all the way back into his loin, and then maintain that width all the way surface. He gets a little bit more funky off his root too at times when you ask him to pull into motion, maybe fix him there, but still a really nice set of pair up top, a really good set. The one that comes in third, another one that kind of resembles the two above him in terms of being tall statured, elevated, a good looking, good pattern in the way that he's put together. I just like to see that one come with a more true muscle shape and design when you step in right behind him, and then when you step off to the three-quarter view, that one is a little bit shallower twisted in a comparative sense. A productive made one that really kind of solidifies his deal because he's a higher cut ability option of what we have remaining out here. He's got some shape, he's got some muscle, he's still trim enough in the way that he's put together. He's not stout enough, he's not big enough footed to come with the same pattern pieces as the ones that get above him. As we work on down the line here, a few wethers that compositionally are just need to be pulled back, need to be trimmed up in the way they're put together to really make an impact out here. But still, you got to appreciate that they're still functional off of their feet and legs. They're still fast growing, they're easy feeding kind of a sheep for these exhibitors. So I commend them for that and bringing them out here. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors, a great class.
All right, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our heavyweight market weather division. First place in that class goes to Lane Berggren, and second to Paulina Galbraith. Next, we're going to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion weather. From Class 1, Hadley Abentroth and Willow Abentroth. From Class 2, Lane Berggren and Molly Wilson. And from Class 3, we need Lane Berggren and Paulina Galbraith. On deck will be our lightweight market
market weathers out here, and I'm extremely happy with the class winners and the seconds that we got out here. And they're what I'm looking for. Make sure that they're just good built, neat pattern sheep, and still couple it with the market animal characteristics out here, and still just really fundamental at the surface. And I think they all do that. When you ask the sheep to lead, though, I think there's one that kind of comes out here and just flexes just a little bit better. He's a little bit more collected the way that he gets out and goes. And then when you get off to the side of him, I think that one's the neatest pattern. He's the best in his bottom line balance, the best up high, and just so tucked up good in his breastplate. And then he's just so intriguing the way he ties his neck high out of the apex of his shoulder out here. The young man from the middle division, he'll go ahead and win. Congratulations. For reserve, I think it comes down to the second out of that division from the middleweights, and I like that one quite a bit. And then the heavyweights, two sheep that I think are quite a good, got plenty of good pieces laid into them. They're plenty round body, they got some shape, got some power, and still high cut ability, trim made kind of a sheep out here. For me, I think the one that kind of resembles what I'm looking for and make sure that they're still round bodied, they still square up high and maintain all that squareness all the way back. The middleweight, second out of that class, would go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to all of our market weather exhibitors today. Special congrats to Lane Berggren, Grand Champion Market Weather, and also to Molly Wilson, Reserve Grand Champion Market Weather. Those two will come back for Supreme Market Animal following our market ewes. Now we have our Class 1 of market ewes that can enter the ring. We need Molly Wilson, Rylan Ellard, Ty Bauman, and Walter Hauk.
show, and we'll go ahead and find this one to the forefront. I think this is just the roundest body, the most complete market animal out here. Boy, this one has a lot of shape right behind her shoulder and all the way over her rack and back into her loin. She could hook up just a little bit better, the wrinkle from her loin back into her hip, but maybe that's getting a little bit too critical and nitpicky out here because that one's fundamentally good. That one checks enough all the boxes in terms of just market animal fundamentals. The one that comes in second actually surprises me because that one's got more shape and power right behind her shoulder over her rack than I was truly expecting, and still in a trim and higher cuttability package than I was really expecting. I thought that one was going to have some more cover to her, but she actually is really round-bodied, really dimensional. She's not as stout. She's not as big-footed. She doesn't come with those same pattern pieces as the one that wins. But let's just talk about market animal fundamentals. She has to go second for me. The one that comes in third, this one is the neater pattern one that's better designed from the outside looking in. This one's taller stature, more elevated, ties her neck higher out of the apex of her shoulder. Up front, she's really wide and good in her chest floor, really good in her bottom line balance. That's when you step in to handle this one, she's too pinched right out behind her shoulder, over her rack, and then when you step in behind her, that's the shallowest, twisted one that gets too narrow at her base. Get nothing away from the young man that's going to come fourth out here. He's just doing an excellent job in the way that he's put together, but this you just needs to be a little bit more, come with a little bit more muscle and shape right behind her shoulder. She's just it's a little bit, she is trim handling, but at the same time needs to couple it with more muscle. A really nice set of sheep for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to our Class 1 and our Market U's. A special congrats to Molly Wilson, first place in that division, and Rylan Ellers, second. Now we're going to have our middleweights come in the ring. Hadley Abentroth, Ty Bauman, Forrest Sears, and Taylor Grunwald. Weights in this class are 109 to 122. On deck we have our heavyweight Market U's, and that's Kathy Holm, Anna Thomas, Wyatt Hamry, and Cara D. Border
represented a kind of a sheep. Let's go ahead and start the class. This was extremely round-bodied from the outside looking in, and couples that with so much shape out of the backside of her shoulder over her rack, so level down her top, hooks up really good from the loin back into her hip. Really attractive in the way that she's put together in her pattern pieces, but it's really her true shape and muscle, coupled with all of those things that kind of find her to land in the one spot. Take nothing away from the one and second. This one is throws a longer, thinner neck out of the top side of her shoulder, really good and hard and firm to the touch, and I appreciate those things. This one's not as wide gauge through and through. Boy, if you want to just talk about one that's high cut ability and still got plenty of pieces, I'd like to see that one stouter featured. And if we want to talk about ones that are stouter featured, there's probably a lot of fans of the one that's in 3. I love this one. The heavy booted ewe is so big footed and stout featured from the outside looking in. Let's catch this one on the profile. She's more inverted in her bottom line balance. She needs to be dropped down in her flank just ever so slightly. You go to the top side of that one, she gets narrower all the way back to her dock. She starts the widest right behind her shoulder. Fix her there, maybe we could talk about a switch. Take nothing away from the one that's going to come fourth out here. This is a round-bodied one that actually isn't as compositionally concerning as I thought originally, because this one's got some shape. She's still a little firm to the touch. I just like to fix that one structurally. She gets too straight off her rear too. Fix her there, maybe we could talk about moving her up a spot or two. A really nice set of sheep for those exhibitors. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to all of our middleweight Market U exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Forrest Sears, and second to Hadley Abentross. Now we'll have our last class of Market U's. We need Cassie Holmes, Anna Thomas, Wyatt Hamry, and Kearney Border with 2 entries.
Here, and I like this one quite a bit. When you catch this one maneuvering around the ring, I think this one stays the most collected, the neatest silhouette, especially when you get her propped up and just get the right image of her. I love the way that she ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder, pushed up so good in her breastplate, good in her bottom line balance. Maybe a little extra digit on her dock there that kind of throws off her balance once in a while. But really, if you want to talk about one that's hard and firm to the touch, we can talk about those things all day long on that one. A nice one to start. Take nothing away from the one in second. I think from the three-quarter view, this one's a little bit rounder bodied, a little bit deeper twisted, and you gotta appreciate those things about her. She also throws a long, thin neck out of the top side of her shoulder, and I really like this one's balance and design and pattern pieces. I don't think she just comes with as much shape right out of the back side of her shoulder, not as hard and firm to the touch, but a really nice one to fall in second. Young man's doing a great job showing the one that comes in third right here. Stout featured, big-footed, a heavy booted kind of a sheep. It's got all backs a big punch into this one's package. It's got some shape, got some power right behind her shoulder. She gets a little bit more open about her shoulder. When you step in behind her, that one's just a little bit shallower or twisted. Like to fix her there to maybe run her up a spot or two. As we round out the class down here, a couple ewes that you want to see just come with a few more pattern pieces. They still got enough shape, got enough muscle, and cutability isn't a big concern actually, but they just need to come with some more muscle for my liking out here in a comparative sense to work them on up. Maybe a little bit stouter featured and attractive out of their hip and hind leg. Really nice set of sheep for all those exhibitors. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Market U exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Cassie Home and second to Charity Gorder. Now we're going to select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market U. From the first class we need Molly Wilson and Rylan Ellers. From the second class, Forrest Sears and Hadley Abentroth. And from the last class we need Cassie Home and Charity Gorder.
Well, with the three divisions of market ewes out here, I think there's plenty of good to appreciate each of them. And a few of them kind of trip my trigger just a little bit faster out here in terms of pattern pieces and design and build and just structurally how I'm putting it together out here. Let's talk about them individually real quick. The pair of lightweights you like because they're got some shape, got some power. Maybe they just aren't at their A game right now, and that's okay because this isn't their end show. But I think there's still a lot of good to appreciate them. The middle, the class winner out of that division you like because she's round-bodied, she's dimensional, she's still stout enough featured, especially for her size and her extra moderation. Got some shape and power. Is she as heavy muscled as a couple of the others out here? No. And then you got the second in that class. Got some shape. She's actually a little bit more attractive about her head and neck and the way that she ties it high out of the top side of her shoulder. That one doesn't couple it with the same amount of feature though. I think she's just a little bit frailer featured, a little bit frailer bone. And then the heavyweights, the one that wins that class, heavy booted, stout featured, big footed kind of a sheep, and get this one propped up and get this one in motion. I think she stays the most collected of any of them, driven up really good in her breastplate, good in her bottom line balance. There's a lot of things to like about that one. And then the second out of that division, one that's also really good balance and actually couples it with as much shape and power as anything maybe out here. It's still in a high cutability kind of a package at this stage of the game. I like that one quite a bit as well. So with that said, I think if you want to just stick to the basics and market animal fundamentals, make sure that they got meat animal characteristics, they got shape, they got power, they're still structurally good, and then top it all off with some pattern pieces. I got to keep those heavyweights together. That'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations. Oh.
Congratulations to all of our Market U exhibitors. Special congratulations to Cassie Holm, Grand Champion Market U, and also to Carity Gorder, Reserve Grand Champion Market U. Next, we're going to select our Supreme breeding animal in our Market Division and Reserve Supreme. So we have Lane Berggren coming out with his Weather, Molly Wilson coming out with her Reserve Champion Weather, Cassie Holm with her Grand Champion U, and then Carity Gorder with her Reserve Grand Champion Market U.
Market lamb show out here, and I think we got 4 nice sheep, and we really want to break it down and evaluate them for where they're good. I think the 2 out here, just talk about them individually in no particular order. The Weather, I really like the silhouette that this one has when you get this one propped up. I think he's really good about the way his lines out here, really good in his bottom line balance and top line. Really neat about his attractiveness and the way that he ties his neck high out of the apex of his shoulder, and because he's so opened up in his lower, in his breastplate there and still wide and square, it allows him to facilitate for so much arc and curvature to his rib cage out here. That one comes with as many good pieces as we've seen out here. And then the U, and I like this one the best when she's circling. I think this one just so functional and complete as she makes the circle out here. This really stays collected together. I think this one's hard and firm to the touch, and I really like those things about it. Checks the box in terms of market animal fundamentals. But once in a while, maybe she just doesn't give you the best look. I think she could be just a little bit taller statured on the profile to help with balance just a little bit better in her top line, but still a really nice one. For me though, I think the one that just kind of trips my trigger, gets me going, young man's Weather. He'll go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations. We come out here for a reserve and we talk about the second place Weather, and there's a lot of things to like about him, and I think he has some really good days ahead of him. I think that one's also a good built one that's really square, really round bodied and dimensional. There's plenty of good in that one, injected in that one, and then in a comparative sense with the U, I think that one's really hard and firm to the touch, and just really on her A game right now. If you want to just talk about one that's handling quality, really solidifies the deal out here. I like that one the next best. She'll go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all of our Market Lamb exhibitors in both categories.
A great pair show and a great opportunity out here between these four pairs. And if you want to just talk about ones that are the most complete and come with the just cover the basics out here in terms of market animal fundamentals and just putting it all together and then just resemble each other the best and just have the most good and the least amount of bad, I guess, if you want to put it out here. And I think there's a few of them that do that just a little bit better than a couple of the others in terms of just making sure that they're round body, they got some shape, they got some power, and still good on their feet and legs. And the group that I like the best is the one that's the second in line up there. They're go ahead and be your champion pair group. The ones that I think also resemble each other quite well. They're tall stature, they're elevated, they got muscle. The young men on the forefront will be second. The people on third will be third. I think those two are really nice sheep and really complete in the way they're put together. And then the ones that kind of come out in the fourth spot over here, a sheep that you like because they're kind of productive in their look. Just maybe compositionally, you could trim them up just ever so slightly. A really nice set of sheep all the way through. Congratulations to them.
Check.
Well, good afternoon. A great way to kick off the doe show here this afternoon. I think it's afternoon now, but a really nice one to start off the group out here. I like this doe quite a bit in terms of just her silhouette from the profile. A stout-featured, stout-stalled kind of a doe. Is extremely wide gauge, big-footed. She's so robust and bold in the rib cage out here. Got so much shape up high. I think that one's just got plenty of maternal power packed into her. I like the one in second quite a bit from the profile. I think this one's a really neat design, neat pattern kind of a doe. And show where she has her true advantage over the remaining does. She's truly more genuine and wider gauged in the way that she's put together. Is she just the stoutest featured and the biggest footed in a comparative sense? No, maybe not. But I like this one's pattern pieces. She grows on you the longer she's out here. There's quite a few things to appreciate about her. Now the dappled colored one that comes in third that the young man's showing and doing a great job about. This one actually from the outside looking in, you're like, oh, that one maybe looks a little bit more productive, a little bit wider in the way that she's put together, but pull a little extra condition off of her. I don't think she's truly as genuine wide, come with as much genuine width through and through. A little bit narrower gauge when you step in behind her, a little bit smaller and narrower back into her hip. And then when you consequently, I don't think that one's just as neat in her pattern pieces, but a great job. The doe that comes out next, a doe that you like from the profile in terms of just being tall, statured, elevated in the way that she's put together, really functional off her feet and legs. Her demise comes because she's narrower gauge, she's a little bit more closed up through and through. I'd like to see that one come with some more spring of rib, maybe make her a little bit stouter featured in a comparative sense with those that are in the class, but a really nice set of does for those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our purebred exhibitors in our goat class for 3 to 6 months. First place went to Natalie Becker and second to Alexis Fleck. Next class in the ring is a single entry. Alexis Fleck has her 6 to 9 month old doe. On deck is our 16 to 20 month does, so we need Jaren Bondi, Natalie Becker, and Micah Stuber. In the hole, we'll select our grand and reserve grand champion purebred doe.
Just one entry out here, but an extremely nice doe from the profile. If you want to talk about one that's tall, statured, elevated in the way that she's put together, really neat about her breastplate, really attractive about her headset and the way that she ties it high out of the apex of her shoulder, really good about her head shape, good in her bottom line balance. Ask the doe to come out and move though. Maybe she gets, you could get a little bit critical, wish she just set down a little bit square from knee to ground and then her right rear leg just starts to twist in just ever so slightly. But that's being awful critical of one that's got plenty of good to her. Congratulations to her.
All right, congratulations to all of our exhibitors in that class, which was just a single entry, Alexis Fleck, first place. Next, we need our 16 to 20 month does to come in. Jaren Bondi, Natalie Becker, and Micah Stuber. On deck, we'll select our champion and reserve champion purebred doe.
trio of does out here to evaluate, and that's what makes it fun. I land on the one in the forefront pretty easily for me, though. I think that one's the most attractive in her pattern pieces out here. She's the best in her bottom line balance, really good in her breastplate there, tucked up good. Could she be just a little bit smoother right behind her shoulder, a little bit leveler for my liking? Yeah, maybe, but I think that doe's got plenty of good in laid into her. The one that comes in second right behind her, boy, that's a bold spring rib that you like about that one. She's still stout and big-footed in the way that she's put together. She's a little bit plainer in the way that she comes and combines, and she's not as attractive through her head and neck, not as attractive up front. Then when you step in behind the does, that one's not as wide-gauged or as durable in her build. Take the same thing for the one that follows her behind her. This one actually comes with some look and some pieces because she's stout-stalled. She's a little bit leveler down her top, really good in her bottom line balance, but through and through, I just like to see this one wider gauged all the way through, and maybe she just get up and go and play. Just a little bit narrower hip kind of a female, but a really good set of does for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our 16 to 20 month purebred doe division. First place went to Natalie Becker and second to Jaren Bondi. Now we'll have our class winners come in the ring. We need from 3 to 6 months Natalie Becker and Alexis Fleck. From our 6 to 9 months category, Alexis Fleck. And from the 16 to 20 months, we need Natalie Becker and Jaren Bondi. On deck are class 1 of our commercial does. So we will need Riley Folkers, Ethan Schwab, Rylan Ellers, Micah Stuber, and Griffin Tiggis.
A really good lineup of does out here to evaluate, and that's what makes it fun. Just talk about them as they came out in no particular order, really, but the one that comes out of that first division, we like that little one for quite a few things. I think she's round-bodied, she's wide-gauge, she's dimensional, and then she couples it with some of these pattern pieces. She ties her neck high out of the apex of her shoulder. That's a nice one right there. The one that comes out of the second and only one in that particular division and age group out here, we like because she's tall-fronted, she's tall-statured, she's elevated in the way that she's put together, really needed her bottom line balance. I said earlier, maybe you could fix the way that she handles her feet in motion just ever so slightly once in a while and on the plant. But boy, that one's got a lot of good pieces as well. And then the one that kind of rounds out that last division, boy, that one's extremely wide, stout, and dimensional. It still couples it with so well. She stays together and complete, especially when you pull her to lead. That doe just resembles a really good kind of a female out here. We said earlier, maybe she could hook up just a little bit better behind her shoulder. I think that's being plenty nitpicky out here. I like that one the best. She'll go ahead and win. Congratulations. We take into consideration that second from class, and we talked about from the outside looking in. That one looks like she's got a really nice sprinter rib. She's productive in the way that she's put together, going to make a really nice doe on down the road when you put her into production out here. But maybe she just gets a little bit plainer in her type and kind for my liking. I think there's another one that offers a really good silhouette. Maybe you get a little bit too critical on her feet in the way that she gets out and moves, but she's still functional in the way that she handles herself. Then lay down the middle class. That one's going to go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Congrats to all of our purebred doe exhibitors. Grand champion purebred doe today goes to Natalie Becker with her 16 to 20 month entries, and reserve grand champion to Alexis Fleck with her 6 to 9 month entries. Entering the class now will be our first class of commercial does. We need Riley Folkers, Ethan Schwab, Rylan Ellers, Micah Stuber,
nice way to start the commercial does out here. And we'll go ahead and elect to use the young man's doe right here in the forefront to win the class. This one is just the roundest body, the most dimensional through and through. She's the widest gauge, and then she couples it with a really neat silhouette. When you catch off the profile of this one, she ties a long, thin neck out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe she could be just a little bit stouter featured right at the surface for what she is, but I like that one in terms of just her roundness of body and just being extra complete. The young man's doe that comes in second out here might be one of the smallest ones of the group out here. I like her feminine feature. I like her feminine build. I like her long, thin neck that she throws out of the top side of her shoulder. I like that she's wide gauge, but at the same time, she also could be just a little bit stouter featured, a little bit stouter stalled, to couple it with how much body shape that she does have, or how much she's projected to have. A stout, wide-made one that's dimensional, probably 6'3". I like this doe in terms of a muscle standpoint, but at the same time, does she have too much muscle? Because I think consequently, she doesn't get out and go with as much comfort at ease. She's not as flexible off either end. She can hook up just a little bit smoother right behind her shoulder. A really nice doe, though, to find herself in third. The doe that comes fourth, I like that she's tall-statured, elevated. I like she's square up front and good in her ribcage shape. I just think this one gets a little bit too plain in her pattern pieces, a little bit steeper out of her hip in the way that she goes. I fix her in a few spots like that. We can maybe work her up a spot or two. Take nothing away from the doe that's the curly-haired doe that's going to round out the class. This one might be the most extension, the most elevation of anything that we've seen out here. But she's also the plainest in her design, the frailest. Really, when you pull her down and study her at the surface, a little bit flatter in her forehead and ribcage shape. But a really good set of does for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Class 1 and commercial does. First place went to Griffin Tiggett and second to Ethan Schwab. Next we'll bring in our middleweights, the commercial does. We need Ryder Wendell. Boone Tiggett, Charlotte Wilson, Rudy Wendell, and Sage Radnick.
A really nice group of does, especially a trio on the top end that I think come together as nice as what we've seen so far out here and as deep of set. I like this one quite a bit that we're going to go ahead and start with. I think she's the most unique in her type and kind out here, the most unique in her pattern pieces. Boy, that one's driven up really good in her breastplate, extremely level and good in her bottom line balance and top line. And because she has such good arc and curvature to her rib cage, I think it's that one that has the neatest silhouette from the profile that banner chasing stock are kind of stitched around. I like that one quite a bit. The one in second, I think the decision comes down between 2 and 3 for me out here. I think the one in second, the colored up one, is a little bit more unique in the way that she's put together out here. A stout, big featured in the way that she comes out, a little bit more attractive in the way that she ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder, a little bit leveler out of the back side of her shoulder, down her top, good in her bottom line balance, and the way that she gets out and goes, I think she just flexes just a little bit better at the surface. Now the one in third does have the advantage. I think she's got a bigger rear foot, and I think this one comes with a little bit bolder about her rib cage shape out here, but I think at the same time she's just a little bit plainer. She's a little bit frailer about her stall, just not as a little bit more fragile there at the same time, but I think that one's going to have plenty of good days on down the road. I think she has plenty of fans ringside. In fourth is the young ladies coming out here, a tall statured, elevated kind of a female, is really leveled down her top. That's when I step in from the 3/4 view. She doesn't have enough power today to solidify moving up any higher for my liking. Just gets a little bit more pinch in her forward shape. Fits her there, and we can really have a good discussion. The young man's doing a great job here showing this one a doe that you really appreciate because she's tall statured, she's elevated in the way that she gets out and goes. She's still functional off her feet legs. I'd like to see that one stouted up at the surface, and especially when you see her coming from the front view, that one needs to be wider gauge. A really nice set of does all the way through. Congratulations to them.
All right, congratulations to all of our middleweight commercial doe exhibitors. First place in that class went to Charlotte Wilson and second to Sage Radnick. Next we have our heavyweight commercial does coming in. We need Samantha Lyons, Katie Jackson, Elizabeth Cook, Danny Wendell, Jet Radnick, and Riley Folkert, and weights range from 73 to 140 pounds.
Interesting class of does out here to evaluate, but between them all, I think it kind of comes down to a duo out here. But I like that the one that I'm going to go ahead and lead off with, the young ladies, is a little bit taller stature, a little bit bigger outlined, if you will. I think this one's leveler down her top, better in her bottom line balance, and because of an extra elevation extension, I think that one comes with the best pattern pieces out here. Tucked up really good in her breastplate, ties her neck the best out of the apex of her shoulder. It's from the profile that I like that one the best to win. Her silhouette just captivates you from the outside. Now the one that comes in second, from the outside looking in, you're like, I'm all in on that one's extra productive look because she's round bodied, she's dimensional from every view that you have from her. She's wide gauge through and through. I just wish that one was just a little bit taller statured, a little bit more elevated. She's just a little bit more moderate or type and kind out here for my liking. I wish she could hook up just a little bit better right behind her shoulder. Gets a little bit steeper out of her hip, but a really nice doe in her own right to find herself in second out here. Congratulations to him. In third is another doe that's tall statured, elevated, and extended the way that she's put together. It's from the three-quarter view that I say that one doesn't have enough. She's a little bit too more pinched in her forearm shape, non-dimensional right behind her shoulder and her blade there. Fits her there. Maybe we can talk about moving her up a spot or two. A doe that comes with plenty of good on down the line. As we work on down the line here, a few does that maybe just a little bit more pinched in their forearm shape, not as wide gauge through and through, just a little bit plainer in their design and pattern pieces, but a really nice set of does all the way through. Congratulations to all of them. Good job. Good job.
All right, great job to all of our heavyweight commercial doe exhibitors. First place in that class went to Samantha Lyon, and second to Jet Aradnik. Now we're going to select our grand and our reserve grand champion commercial doe. We'll have Samantha and Jet come back from that last class. We need Charlotte Wilson and Sage Aradnik from the middleweight. And Griffin Tiggis and Ethan Schwab from the lightweight. On deck, we're going to head into our market goat, on deck, we are going to select our grand and reserve grand champion breeding animal in our goat show. So we'll bring back the 2 percentage winners to go against these commercial top 2 place finishers. So Natalie Becker and Alexis Fleck, you can have your goats on deck.
Another really nice lineup of commercial does out here. Let's just talk about them individually in their divisions out here, no particular order, but the way they came in. The lightweights, you really like that pair there. I think they got plenty of good in them. I think they got a really good future if you want to just project them out. They're tall made, they're extended, they're wide enough gauged at this stage in the game, and still back it up with plenty of power dimension. The middleweights, if you want to talk about a pair of them that are more unique than anything out here, because they're so just so elevated and coupled with so much power and dimension and design, there's a lot of things to appreciate in these two, and I like both of them a good deal. There's plenty of good in them. The ones that follow in our third division, we like those because they're actually attractive in the way they're put together, functional off their feet and legs, and still come with those pattern pieces. Maybe the class winner isn't as dimensional as a couple of the others, and maybe she's just a little bit more pinched in her forearm shape, but I think that will come, and I think that matches her type and style out here quite well. For me, I like the ones that are the most unique, the 2 that come out of the middle division. Those are going to head to be your champion reserve. Congratulations to them. Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to all of our commercial doe exhibitors. Grand champion commercial doe today goes to Charlotte Wilson and reserve to Sage Aradnik.
here for these does. If you want to just talk about them individually, we like that the two in the forefront, just because they're so practical, they're so round body, they're dimensional, they're functional on their feet and legs, so you really got to appreciate that. They're just going to make really good kind of females when you set them into production, keep them out here, just good kind of a females. And then you talk about the commercials, they come with a few more unique pieces, I think, and just a little bit more elite for what they have to offer in terms of just extra stoutness of feature, extra just tallness and stature that they have to offer, the way that they tie their neck so high out of the apex of their shoulder, so good in their bottom line balance. Then when you ask the does to move, they still are extremely comfortable and fundamental off their feet and legs. I like them the best. We're going to keep them together and be your champion reserve doe. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to all of our breeding goat exhibitors. Grand champion supreme breeding animal in the goat division goes to Charlotte Wilson and reserve to Sage Aradnik. Next we'll bring in our class 1 of wethers. We
made market weathers out here, and I think we land on this one pretty easily. It's not from only from the outside looking in that I think that one's the best pattern, but he appears to be the heaviest muscle. And then when you move into handle, he just solidifies his win for me. That one comes with the most shape right over his rack and back into his loin, and then he just stays so complete and square. Is he just the stoutest featured? Is he the most elevated or just the best statured? No, sure, maybe not. But market animal fundamentals, I think he checks the most boxes out here. The escape artist in second out here, that one's a tall statured, elevated one that's got plenty of shape, got plenty of power. From the outside looking in, maybe he's just a little bit bigger footed and stouter featured, but he's just a little bit plainer to the touch than I was actually expecting out here, but a really nice one to come in second. The one in third, tall statured, elevated in the way that he's put together. I think this one just patterns up just a little bit neater. And if you keep this one on feed and get some more meat and potatoes in this one, I think he's going to have a really good day on the road because he's fundamentally correct. And then he's just got some pattern pieces that you got to admire. The one in fourth actually does come with a little bit more shape right over his rack, behind his shoulder. But the where I get critical of this one, pull the belly off of him just a little bit, and maybe that will help him design and balance just a little bit better. And then he's just a little bit more wrinkled up in his hide. Fix him in a few places like that. We can maybe talk about a switch. As we round out the class, a couple weathers that just don't come with enough muscle and shape right over their rack, behind their shoulder that you'd like to fix, and that's where I'd like to get the most critical on both of them. But still, a really nice pair of goats at the bottom there, all the way through. A good set. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right, congratulations to all of our Class 1 market weather exhibitors. First place goes to Ryland Eller and second to Natalie Becker. They will come back for the champion selection of market weather. Class 2 right now, we've got Rudy Wendell, Grace Newliv,
here. There wasn't a doubt in my mind when they came out which one had to win, and that's the young ladies in the forefront. Not only is this one the best built from the outside looking in terms of being stout featured, opened up, round bodied, extremely dimensional, right out of the backside of his shoulder all the way back into his loin. It's still so wide and square out of his hip. That one's just the most functional for a market animal out here. It just complements it and checks all the boxes in terms of market animal fundamentals. The one in second wins it on the handle and then solidifies a spot out here. That one actually got some square shape right behind his shoulder, over his rack and back into his loin. Now how he handles it maybe isn't the most ideal. I wish that he'd just be a little bit more comfortable in his spine, a little bit better pattern pieces, but that one's still wide gauged and dimensional. Keep that one going on some meat and potatoes. Maybe you could have a really good day on down the road. The one that comes in third, a tall statured, elevated one that's also wide gauged, he kind of solidifies the spot of the remaining ones because that one's just a little bit trimmer made, got some shape and got some power over his rack and back into his loin. Now I know he's not perfect, he's a little bit frailer featured, but still a really nice wether to find himself in third. As we work on down the line here, a few wethers that you like because they're tall statured, elevated, extended. We just need to see them come with some more groceries through and through. They're just to get a little bit narrower gauged, maybe a little bit plainer in their design all the way down. But a really nice set of goats for all those exhibitors. Let's give all of them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our wethers in Class 2. First place to Charlotte Wilson and second to Rudy Wendell. Next class in the ring, we need our Class 3. We need Reagan Carlin, Ryder Wendell, Isaac Langseth, Corinna Swanson, Derek Grunwald, and Katie Jackson. Weights range from 74 to 82 pounds.
You'll be second. A good set of wethers all the way through, so my compliments to these exhibitors. The black-headed one came out here and kind of demanded my attention right from the get-go. That's a hard, firm touching one when you move in to handle him out here. That one's tucked up good in his breastplate, good in his bottom line balance, and couples it with some pattern pieces at the same time. but it's really on that handle that one solidifies his deal. Another one that's shapely, heavy muscled, and still a high cut ability, kind of a goat out here, is the one in second. I think this one's wide gauge, stout featured, big footed, but his demise comes. I don't think this one's just as hard and firm handling, especially right behind his shoulder, as the one that beats him. That's why I leave him second. The one in third is just a little bit more practical in his type and kind of the remaining weathers that we have out here to evaluate. I think he's actually tall made, elevated in the way that he's put together, and squares up with quite a bit more shape right behind his shoulder. The remaining ones, kind of where he finds his spot in third. The one in fourth, from the outside looking in, you're like, I kind of like that one because he looks like he's big bodied and dimensional, but move in close, that one is too pinched right behind his shoulder. He doesn't open up with enough true square width all the way through. As we work on down the line here, a few weathers that you like because they're tall stature, they're elevated, and they still got the fundamentals working in them. They just need to be harder, firmer touching. They come with a little bit more shape and power through and through. But a good set of weathers for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Class 3 of Market Weathers. We had Ryder Wendell in first place and Katie Jackson in second. Now we have our last class of Market Weathers coming in the ring. We have Sarah Thomas, Jet Aradnik, Samantha Lyons, and Jacob Lyons, and weights range from 93 to 98 pounds. On deck, we're going to be selecting our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Weather. So from Class 1, Rylan Ellers and Natalie Becker. From Class 2, Charlotte Wilson and Rudy Wendell. From Class 3, Ryder Wendell and Katie Jackson. And then the two that win out of this class. All right, there are thank yous. If you received a buckle yesterday, please come up here and write on a thank you. Please don't forget. Thank you very much.
Heavier weight weathers out here, and I think you land on a duo of them that just kind of couple it with some more meat animal characteristics. They're heavier muscled, they're stouter featured, and then I think the one that's just, when you have the opportunity, is the one that's just a little bit better built, and that's the young man's weather up front. That one's taller statured, more elevated. He ties his neck higher out of the apex of his shoulder. Is he a little bit steeper out of his hip? Yeah, sure, maybe, but I don't know if there's one in here that could beat him there. That one's trim and hard to the touch, really firm there. There's plenty of good things to like about the stout featured one. Now the one that comes in second, a little bit hairier kind of a dude over here, boy, that one's wide gauge, that one's dimensional. He's really bold about his rib cage out here, but he's just a little bit plainer in his look. In all reality, he's a little bit shorter everywhere, a little bit shorter fronted, and I like to fix him there maybe just to work him on up. And then on the handle, I don't think that one just reads and grips your hand with as much hard and firm muscle shape right behind his shoulder, but a really nice one to find himself in second. I like the one in third quite a bit from the profile. I think that was tall statured, elevated, a good built kind of a weather, got some shape and power. That's when we pull him into motion. I just can't work him up any higher. That one's too restricted off either end. He needs to get out and go and handle his rear two with more comfort and ease before I consider working him up. But a really nice goat to find himself in third. Take nothing away from the young ladies one that's going to round out the class. A tall made, elevated, long-sided kind of a weather out here. It looks like he's an easy feeding, practical kind of an option out here for the exhibitor. I just like to see that one wider gauge through and through, come with more shape and dimension over his rack, and just come with more power through and through. A really nice set of goats for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them. 4 really nice classes of weathers out here, from the lightweights all the way to the heavyweights. Just talked about them individually real quick and just the order that they came out. The lightweight, we liked that one was just a complete fault-free kind of a weather. Keep that one going, get some more meat and potatoes in him. I think that one's going to have some good days. Is he just the stoutest featured or the most dimensional today? No, definitely not. The one that's right behind him to his left, oh boy, we like that one quite a bit because that one's wide gauged, he's dimensional, he's really good in his rib cage shape, really stout and square over his rack, all the way back into his loin and hip there. I like that one quite a bit. And he comes with plenty of pattern pieces as well. Does he maybe just overwhelm me? Is he just the hardest and firmest to touch today? No, maybe not in a comparative sense. Now the one that is a little bit harder and firmer is the one that's in third. I like that this one grabs your hand with a lot of firm shape right behind his shoulder. Does he couple it though with all that muscle shape? Does he put it into a neat enough package? I wish it was just a little bit smoother in his lines, hooked up a little bit better right behind his shoulder, but still a really nice weather to find himself winning in that class. And then the one that comes out of that fourth class, boy, that's a tall statured, elevated kind of a goat out here. Stout, big-footed, plenty of good things to like about that one. He handles plenty of shape right behind his rack. Does he get a little bit narrower to the edges of his loin back into his hip? Yeah, maybe, but I think that one still has plenty of good in him. I like that one the best. He'll go ahead and win. Congratulations to him. As we take that second place into consideration out here, that's a wide gauge, stout made. There's plenty of good things to like about him. We said earlier he just gets a little bit more plainer in his look for my liking, but there's plenty of good in him. My next favorite is the young lady that comes out of the second class. That one will go ahead and be reserved. Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations to all of our Market Weather Goats exhibitors. Grand Champion Market Weather today goes to Jet Aradnik and reserved to Charlotte Wilson. Next we'll have our Market Does. We need our 2 entries in the lightweight division, Grace and Jet. And then we'll have Ryder, Rudy, and Elizabeth on deck. Weights range from 55 to 67 pounds.
Here to kick off the Market Doe show, but between the pair, we'll leave them as they stand. I like that young man's doe quite a bit, actually, from the forefront. That doe is an extremely neat pattern, and the way that she puts together throws up a really good silhouette, and that's because she ties her neck so high out on the top side of her shoulder, pushed up good in her breastplate, really good in her bottom line balance. That one's square, round-bodied, and dimensional through and through, and then just grips her hand with so much shape right behind her shoulder. Take nothing away from the one that comes in second. That's a tall-statured, elevated kind of a doe. I just wish that one came with a little bit more handling quality. That one gets a little bit flatter and plainer through her rib cage, not as dimensional right behind her shoulder. Picture there, and maybe we could talk about some more good things in that one. A really nice set of both those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to everyone in our class. Lightweight Market Does, we had first place to Jet Aradnik and Grace Newlove with second place. Our last class of Market Does, we have Rudy Wendell, Ryder Wendell, and Elizabeth Cook, and weights are 75 to 81 pounds. On deck to this, we'll select our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Doe, followed up with our Supreme
Well, we're going to leave them as we stand out here for this last class of market does, and I think the one that wins pretty handily for me. This one's the hardest and firmest to the touch. This one's the trimmest made, and she just couples it with so much round body shape and so wide range through and through. That one comes with a nice silhouette as well when you get this one propped up from the profile. Take nothing away from the one in second. Really tall, statured, elevated the way that she comes together. I think this one meets her hand with a little bit more true, genuine shape right on the back side of her shoulder. A higher cutability, kind of an option when you really break them down. Plenty of good living into that one. The one that comes in third, from the outside looking in, I'm like, that one's a little bit more productive in her look. I like that one because she's round-bodied, she's dimensional. But when you move in her handle, this one's got a little bit more cover working over than the other two that precede her. Maybe pull that back just ever so slightly, and maybe we could talk about a pair switch. A really nice set of does for all those exhibitors. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to Ryder Wendell, first place in our heavyweight market doe division, and also to Elizabeth Cook, second place in our heavyweight market doe division. We will have Jet and Grace come out, as well as Ryder and Elizabeth to select our grand and reserve grand champion market doe. Jet and Charlotte Weathers, you will be on deck for selection of Supreme and Reserve Supreme Market Goat.
Well, we just saw these just a second ago, and I remember them quite clearly out here, so I don't want to bore you with any more of my comments, but I think there's one that just comes out here and just couples it with a really neat silhouette and then backs it up with market animal fundamentals, hard and firm to the touch, just a really nice option out here in terms of market animal characteristics. Young man Zoe right here, she'll go ahead and win. Congratulations to him. When you take them into consideration between the second from that class and the other one that wins that other class, I think the one that just combines it with a little bit more roundness and body shape, couples it with some more market animal shape right behind her shoulder, a little bit trimmer made, is the young man's doe. She'll follow up for reserve. Congratulations to him.
Congrats again to all of our market doe exhibitors. Grand champion market doe today goes to Jet Aradnik, and reserve grand champion market doe to Ryder Wendell. Next, we're going to have Jet and Ryder come back out with their champion and reserve market doe, and then we'll have Jet and Charlotte come out with their two top weathers.
Well, it's been a fun morning and afternoon, from the hogs to the sheep to the goats, and thanks for having me up here. It's just been a blast, especially on the 4th of July weekend. I think what better way to spend it than showing livestock out here. So compliments to all those exhibitors, my compliments to the volunteers running the show, because I think it's been a really smooth show all the way through, both yesterday and today. So thanks again for that. Let's talk about the livestock quick, just individually how they came out here. The weather, we really like that dude just because of how tall, statured, and elevated it is. He throws up a really nice silhouette. We said earlier, maybe he gets just a little bit more pitch from his corner of his loin back into his hip, but I think that one still couples it with plenty of good pieces. The reserve weather, we talk about one that's extremely nice built. I think that one's going to have some really good days ahead of him. Is he as hard and firm to the touch today in a comparative sense to the weather and maybe even the does? No, maybe not, but I think that will come with him. There's plenty of good offered into that one as well. And then the does, the blonde-headed doe over here, we really like that one from her silhouette, from the profile. That one's tucked up extremely good in her breastplate, good in her bottom line balance, really good in her top line. There's a lot of good injected through that one. Does she come with a little bit of disadvantage in terms of weight? Maybe, yeah, sure, maybe. but I think there's plenty of good packed into that one as well. I think she's going to have plenty of good days ahead of her. And then the reserve doe, we talked about one that's just practical, fundamental, productive in her type and kind out here, got enough muscle, got enough shape. I think there's plenty of good ones out here. For me though, the one that I like the best in terms of just presentation, in terms of just combining the most market animal fundamentals and still offering a really neat silhouette, Young Man's Weather, he'll go ahead and win, followed by the Young Lady's Doe. Let's give them all a big round of applause.